Order. Honorable members, I wish to remind members that after the debate on the first reading of the appropriation bill earlier this morning, the decision of the question on the first reading of the bill was postponed. I now put the question. Are there any objections to the appropriation bill being read a first time? Okay, there being an objection, I now put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against, no. So the ayes have it.
Deputy Speaker,
yes,
the DA calls for division. Thank you.
Okay. A division having been called, we'll now ring the bells for 5 minutes. Order, honorable members. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that the appropriation bill be read a first time. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the bill being read a second time, press the yes button. Those against, press the no button. Those wishing to abstain, press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. The results are as follows. The authorized is 399. There's 203 for yes, 5 no, and abstain 0. The question, order members, order. The question is accordingly agreed to, and the Secretary will read the first bill the first time.
Appropriation Bill.
Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. Order. Yes, honorable member. Honorable Minister, what are you raising for?
Deputy Speaker, I think it's important to make a very significant note that this was an attempt to sabotage the national budget and an expenditure of over R1 trillion for the benefit of all South Africans.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Waters. Honorable members, order.
May I
You are
address
not
you?
allowed to do that. Please. Yes, go ahead, Honorable Member.
May I address you? Deputy Speaker, I think this also needs to be noted. This was a deliberate attempt to sabotage the R1 trillion budget by the ANC members who do not appear for work. Where are your members, Honourable Minister? Why aren't they here to vote for your
Honorable
legislation?
members, order.
Why aren't they here to vote for your budget?
Honorable member.
Get some discipline
Honourable
in your
Waters.
caucus.
I wish to thank parties for advising the staff on which votes they will make declarations, on which they will record their objections, and on which they intend dividing. This information will greatly assist the process this afternoon. I will put each vote and ask parties for declaration of vote as they have indicated. Members may make declaration of votes from the floor microphones if they wish. After this, I will put the vote for decision. I've been advised by the agreement, declarations will be limited to 2 minutes each. Okay.
Something that says the Secretary will read the 6th.
Oh yeah, you should. Honorable members, we skipped a vital step here. Let's request the Secretary to read the 6th order.
Consideration of votes and schedule. Appropriation Bill.
Thank you. The remarks I just made includes that I have been advised that by agreement, declaration will be limited to 2 minutes each. The bells will be rung for 5 minutes for the first division on a vote, but for only 1 minute on subsequent divisions. I now put vote number 1, the presidency. Are there any objections?
They requested these declarations in this fashion. EFF is not here.
Okay. Okay, I will now follow the list that I've been given.
The appropriate way is that after putting the question, you must ask for declarations. Otherwise, they will just complicate it.
Yeah, no,
They
it's
are not
okay.
listening.
Yeah, okay. I now put vote number 1 for presidency and are there any objections? All right. Do you have any party that wishes to declare? Okay, the DA.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The lack of a dedicated portfolio committee for the presidency is a singular failure on the part of this parliament to discharge its constitutional mandate to hold the president and the deputy president properly accountable as required by section 92(3) of the Constitution. It is highly irresponsible of this parliament that the president should take part in the EPS process merely for the purpose of having budget vote 1 rubber stamped by this House. To support this budget will be to accept that it is okay for nearly 9 million South Africans to be out of work and poor at Mr. Zuma's watch while he lives in luxury and at their expense. To support this budget will be to aid and abet Mr. Zuma in his failure to uphold, defend, and respect the Constitution as the supreme law of the Republic. To support this budget will be to aid and abet Mr. Zuma in his violation of his oath of office. To support this budget will be to aid and abet Mr. Zuma when he makes monumental blunders that cost this country billions of rand in lost assets because of his presidential prerogative. To support this budget will be to aid and abet Mr. Zuma in his shameless arrogance and apparent contempt of the country's constitutional court and its justices. To support this budget will be grossly irresponsible on the part of the members of this House. The DA cannot support this budget vote 1.
Any other party wishing to make a declaration? Is there any party wishing to make a declaration? Okay. Honourable Member, Honourable Chief Whip.
Deputy Speaker, the ANC fully supports Budget Vote 1 because indeed in supporting this vote will be supporting the peace and stability that has been established through the advent of democracy in our country. But secondly, we will also be supporting the pro-poor policies that have been implemented by our government. Look at electricity, look at water provisioning, look at the grants for the poor, look at the many schools that are no-fee schools. But look at the number of students at tertiary institutions who would not have been there if this government was not in power. We fully support this budget.
Honourable members, the declarations having been put across, we now put the question. Are there any objections to the appropriation bill? The first order being agreed to? Vote 1. There's an objection. Okay, the objection will be noted.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes, Honourable Member.
the DA calls for division. Thank you.
A division having been called, the bells, as we said, will be rung for 5 minutes, and subsequently all other votes, it will be for 2 minutes. Honorable members, I would like to remind you that you may only vote from your allocated seat. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the members vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that vote number 1 be agreed to. Are all members in the allocated seats? Yes. Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to, press the yes button. Yes. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting is closed, obviously. Two abstentions, 64 noes, and 212 yes. The vote is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 2, Parliament. Are there any objections? There being objections, I now put the question. Those
Deputy Speaker.
Those in favor
Deputy Speaker.
of the vote being agreed to, say yes.
Deputy Speaker, sorry.
Just wait, I'm going through a process here, sir, please.
You can't do that. That's out of order. You must wait for the presiding officer to lead you in the first place. Just, what's wrong with you? Go and cool a little bit somewhere else. You need it badly, it seems. Declaration of vote having been requested, we now call upon the first, who has indicated, Honorable Steenhuisen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister Godon, through the chair, let me be very clear. We will do our best to sabotage a budget. We don't support it. We put forward amendments, and you have not heeded those amendments. We will never support a budget with a 4 billion rand jet for President Zuma. We won't do it. But let me be very clear as well. We're not the ones trying to sabotage this House. Your members can't get here. We're not the ones trying to sabotage you, Minister. It's your own party that is trying to sabotage you by having you arrested. That's got nothing to do with the Democratic Alliance. That's your own members.
Point of order.
Honorable Steenhuisen, please take your seat.
Point of order,
Honorable
Chair.
Steenhuisen, please take your seat. Yes, Honorable Member.
Yes, Chairperson, we are dealing with vote 2. So the member is really out of order. He's not addressing the issues of vote 2.
Take your seat, Honorable. Proceed, Honorable Member.
I think when a finance minister is sabotaged by his own party, like the way the Minister Godon is, it has everything to do with the budget. But let me say, this parliament is down, but it is not out. 2 decades of a sustained initiative by the ANC to pull the teeth of this watchdog have taken their tolls. The Nkandla debacle is merely symptomatic of a deeper structural problem with this parliament. The ANC have sought to actively weaken this House and suffocate its ability to hold the President and his ministers accountable. This is not the Parliament that the framers of this Constitution envisaged. They dreamt of a robust and energetic multi-party chamber. Let's start by being honest about these shortcomings in this House, and let's deal with the failures and the recent court judgments. Let's marry these together with the myriads of reports tabled in this House over the past 10 years, and let's start to understand what real accountability and what real oversight of the executive means. We as parliamentarians need to hold this House accountable. We should have a dedicated committee to exercise over it that meets regularly. This will ensure proper oversight. At the moment, this doesn't exist. We therefore oppose this budget.
Next member, honourable member.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the blood feud that I referred to it last week between the real ANC Youth League, currently dressed in red, and the ANC under the leadership of the Honourable President still continues. And because of that, the image of Parliament still is in tatters. If we don't think that the public rejects what is happening in this House after what we saw yesterday, now the question simply is, why is this happening? Why is this kind of thing happening in our Parliament? This Parliament, under the leadership of the ANC, with the ANC's majority, took certain decisions during the last session, last year, which caused the Constitutional Court to come out and say the decisions taken by this Parliament with this ANC majority were unlawful. It's the first time since 1994 that decisions taken by Parliament were found by the Constitutional Court to be unlawful. And why were they unlawful? Because the ANC majority were misused to protect the President in the Nkandla saga. Now the question is very simple. Who is going to accept the responsibility on behalf of Parliament to try and rectify this wrongdoing by the ANC majority? Is it going to be the Honourable Speaker? Is she going to accept responsibility? Is it going to be the Deputy Speaker? Who advised the ANC to take those unlawful decisions? The members of the ad hoc committee, are they going to take responsibility? Unfortunately, Leader of Government Business, somebody has to take responsibility in terms of those decisions that were taken. In the meantime, it allows the EFF to run rampant in this Parliament in terms of the things that has happened here. We cannot support Parliament. If you think at the moment that we can continue as if nothing has happened, you are making a huge mistake. Somebody please stand up and accept and take responsibility for those wrong decisions. You acted unlawfully, and Parliament is the one that is losing out. We will not support this.
Honourable member.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The National Freedom Party believes that the time has come to restore the credibility of this highest legislative institution in our beautiful country. It cannot be postponed. The recent conduct of the House is having a negative impact on our people and is doing the image of our country harm in the eyes of the world, causing investor confidence to be shaken. Our conduct is taking away our time for making law, as is our function as legislators, and deprives us of time for much-needed robust debates. This House should be a haven for free speech and a spare for dialectical discourse, and should be tempered within a modicum and level of ethics, courtesy, and professionalism. Honourable Chairperson, one of the challenges that we have in terms of the budget on Parliament is the abuse of parliamentary funds in respect of constituency officers, the abuse of parliamentary funds in terms of travel, and we urge Parliament to take the necessary steps to ensure that taxpayers' monies that are used in constituency offices, that those offices do exist, that it serves the purpose of between a member of Parliament and the constituency, that furniture that has been bought is there and does exist, that from time to time we need to pay oversight visits to ensure that we protect the taxpayers' money. So in conclusion, the National Freedom Party, with this submission, will support this. Thank you.
You can remember the ANC, Deputy Chief Whip.
Angibingelele Sekela Sihlalo ngibingelele nebalingani bami kulendlu. Angikubeke kucace ukuthi 203 members laba votile kule budget malunga ANC. I-DA ikhetha ukuthi ihlale ngaphandle ngoba bangafuni ukuthi uhulumende achubeke nokwena umsebenzi wayo. Kepha bayafuna ukuthi bantu bakithi labahluphekile babavotele. Kwangathi ngabe bayabona labo bantu labalayishwa ngemalori ukuthi bahambe bayo campaigner kube labanye bahlete etindlini bashaywa ama-aircon ukuthi le DA ayibakhathaleli. Angisho ukuthi kubalekile ukuthi sisupporte ibudget yeparlamente ngoba ngaphandle kweliparlamente government angeke akhona kusebenza. La kule parliamente siphasisa imithetho, la kule parliamente senda imithetho, la kule parliamente siphasisa ama budget wema departments lefaka wonke ama departments la khona kule live la South Africa. La bantu bakithi khona bathola tinsita nalabo labahluphekile. Akunandzaba nalabo. Benda ngabomu ngoba bayathi bona ukuthi badlala izambani la pondo. Abanandzaba nebantu. So for thina ukuthi sibe na hulumende kufanele siphasise ibudget. So ningazami ukuthi nilitende ma division wenu kuhlukanisa amalunga eANC. Minister of Finance uyasupportwa la ibudget siyayisupporta sonke njengoba sendile. Uright ukwenda le statement lo sendile ngoba laba abantu ukuthi bateleni. Siyayisupporta ibudget yeparlamente and eparlamente inkandla akusiyo into leyodwa lebesidila ngayo. And I-High Court judgment, I-Constitutional Court, ithe i-process yeparlamente ibe right lendekile. Ningafiki lani bese niya grandstanda ni twista yonke into kwangathi ngiyeni kuphela lenathi kufunza tinto ntivisisi. Ngiyabonga.
Honorable members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections? No objections having been indicated. Those in favor will say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes, ma'am.
the DA calls for division. Thank you.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 2 minutes.
I think subsequently you said one minute.
No, I didn't say that. No, no. It says 2 minutes. Check. Members, like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that vote number 2 be approved. Are all members in their seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the bill being read, those in favor of the vote being read a second time should press the yes button. Those against the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is closed. No abstentions, 71 noes, 207 yes votes. The vote is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 3, communications. Are there any objections? Okay, there have been declarations. Who would like to, yes, Honorable Member Van Dam, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The DA does not support this budget. We firstly...
Honorable members, please allow the member to speak.
Are you going to protect me, Chair, or are they going to continue howling?
Proceed, Honorable Member, please.
Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable members, you can't be screaming at members.
The DA does not support this budget. We firstly do not believe that this department should exist. There should be one Department of Communications and one Department of Telecommunications. It is clear that the only reason this department exists is to be the ANC's propaganda wing. And boy, has Minister Motambi over the last year done well to deliver on her promise to turn the Department of Communications into the Department of Propaganda. Over the last year, Minister Motambi has tabled policies and legislation that will give the ANC government total control over South Africa's broadcasting, print, and online media. Rest assured, members, that the DA will do everything in its powers to oppose this legislation. We will lobby civil society and we will lobby the public to oppose any legislation that infringes on South Africa's hard-won rights to freedom of expression, the hard-won right of the independence of the media, and the hard-won right of South Africans to receive and impart information. Not only is this department the Department of Propaganda, it is also a department used to prop up Gupta business. In a reply to a parliamentary question, it was revealed that the Department of Communications has spent over 1 million on news subscriptions of the New Age, a newspaper that nobody reads, and it's absolutely useless for governments to be buying subscriptions of the New Age. It is clear that this department is the Department of Propaganda. It is a department used to prop up Gupta business, and the DA cannot and will not support it.
Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. In a blistering attack on the media and media freedom, Minister Faith Mutambi, the Minister of State Propaganda, recently declared in her budget vote, and I quote, "To sell their publications, media houses paint this government as corrupt, inept, and helpless." This is simply not true. There is just no basis to continue blaming the media for our government's own shortcomings. The minister's comments were not only a direct attack on our democracy, but they must be condemned. Chairperson, while our nation is now rightfully outraged with allegations of state capture by the Gupta family, it must be noted that the cozy relationship between government and the Guptas was aided and abetted by the former Minister of Communications, Ms. Dina Pule, when the Minister and the GCIS entered into bulk buying advertising deals with the Guptas. We were therefore not surprised when the former GCIS head, Themba Maseko, recently revealed that he was ordered to divert government advertising to the New Age newspaper. While our economy now limps along, our government continues to spend millions of our taxpayer money to keep the Gupta media empire alive, and it must be condemned. At the same time, the Broadcasting Amendment Bill, which this budget will fund, will further erode the credibility and the independence of our public broadcaster. The new online policy of the Films and Publication Board is also a cause for concern, with many arguing that it will lead to the government's censorship of online content. Both pieces of legislation is a step in the wrong direction. All of these require urgent attention, Deputy Speaker, although many questions about the effectiveness and the credibility of this department will remain. And for as long as this department remains the propaganda tool of this government, the IFP will not support this budget vote. I thank you.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Let me start off by saying the National Freedom Party supports this budget. Honourable Chairperson, I don't know when the colleague from the DA talks about propaganda what she's talking about, because the very same DA-run Cape Town Metro discontinued the Cape Times because they did not want to produce any drugs. So I cannot understand what they're talking about. In fact, Honourable Chairperson, in fact, what you hear or see in the media is a lot of negative publicity. What we don't see is all the successes and good things that happen in South Africa. And I think it is time, Honourable Chairperson, that there must be a balance in media reporting. Because otherwise we are sending out a message. And I get calls. I got a call the other day from me, what is happening in your country? I said, now don't worry. This is the media house. This is where the movie house. This is where you don't pay for movies, so people come here to grandstand. That is what it is all about. So, Honourable Chairperson, this is what you call the highest level of hypocrisy. You are saying propaganda, but you yourself are now going out there and preventing and refusing to buy the Cape Times because they will not pay to you. This is basically what it is about. However, the National Freedom Party believes that the department is doing a good job. We will support this budget. We call on you, and we support your initiative in addressing the challenge in terms of the youth unemployment. So I think we are quite satisfied with that. But again, we want to reiterate that point. There must be a balance on reporting in the country so that people are aware that there's success and there's challenges. And I think that is very important. We support this. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Member, ANC. Order.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The ANC support this budget vote because the majority of the entities, including the department itself, got clean orders during the past financial year. We congratulate the SABC on the 90% airtime spent on local content of the music industry to advance South African artists. It happened for the first time in the history of South Africa. We welcome also the delinking of South African SABC TV licenses from registration of the set-top boxes for indigenous families within South Africa. We appreciate the efforts of ICASA to open offices in all provinces, and this is just some of the initiatives of the ANC-led government to improve the lives of ordinary South Africans. Minister Mutambi, we have all the faith in you in taking this department forward, and we therefore don't have any other choice than urge all South Africans to vote for the ANC on the 3rd of August because they indeed better the lives of South Africans.
Honourable Members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections? The question is, those in favor will say aye, and those against no. I think the ayes have it.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes,
will
ma'am.
you please note the objection of the DA? Thank you.
The objections of the DA will be noted,
Deputy Speaker,
and the vote is agreed
Deputy
to.
Speaker, can you
Yes.
please also note the objection of the Inkatha Freedom Party?
Yeah, it will be noted.
As well as the FF Plus. Thank you.
FF plus, those will be noted. The vote is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 4, cooperative governance and traditional affairs. Are there any objections? There being objections, let's hear the declarations. Who has any? Go ahead, Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker, I see that neither the Minister nor Deputy Minister are here for their budget votes. Quite interesting. It's no secret that a large number of municipalities in South Africa are dysfunctional. The ANC's own government reports confirm this. And yet, this budget that we are asked to approve today significantly decreases the funding available to the local government support and intervention program. Although perhaps that isn't a bad thing, especially when one considers that the interventions this department has made at national and provincial level have very rarely resulted in improvement in service delivery or functionality at the affected municipalities. One only has to think of the more than 3 million rand that was paid to Pam Yarko during her 9-month stint as administrator in Makana that did not achieve the objectives of the intervention and had to be renewed with a new administrator. The equitable share allocation in this budget has not kept pace with inflation and is a far cry from the increase given to Eskom. This will place further pressure on municipalities who are already struggling to pay the utility bills. This grant is intended, among other things, to provide free basic services to indigent consumers. And the current allocation will do little to help the plight of the indigent and the 8.9 million unemployed South Africans. In the 2016 budget vote, Selga was identified by former Coga Minister Pravin Gordhan as an area where cost cutting would be achieved. In a startling turnabout, in this budget, they get a 90 million rand increase. Now, if the minister was here, I'd ask him whether that was state capture at a local level, whether that was a result of his one-day trip to Dubai, and whether he returned with a suitcase full of cash from the Guptas. Frankly, Chairperson, this budget does not address the challenges faced by municipalities, the problems the department itself has identified, and the many that it hasn't, or the many interventions that are required to resolve this dysfunctionality. The DA cannot support this budget.
Honourable Speaker, our rules clearly indicates that you cannot cast aspersion on a member of parliament. Therefore, by saying that he might have carried a bag full of money from the Guptas, thus casting aspersion on Honourable Member Van Rooyen. We request that he must withdraw.
Honourable Member, you know that is not appropriate, that you shouldn't say that. Yes, Honourable Member?
Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Waters?
From what I heard, the Honourable Member say there was no aspersions being cast on the Honourable Minister, and I would urge you to look at the Hansard, please, before making a ruling. Thank you.
Honourable Member, I hear the Honourable Member. I heard him. I heard him. Yes, he made it. Honourable Member, withdraw that.
Sorry, Speaker, Deputy Speaker, what's the problem?
Withdraw what you said.
Speaker, I'm not going to withdraw.
Oh, you are not going to withdraw?
No, I'm not withdrawing it. Speaker.
Honourable Member, if you do not withdraw making such an allegation, when you do not put evidence before House, that constitutes casting aspersions on the Minister. So if you are not, then leave the House, Honourable Member. You leave us no option. You leave us no option.
Deputy Minister, Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Member, I've made a ruling.
No.
Please.
He's going.
Yes, Honourable Member.
He's going. But I just want to place on record, the Honourable Member did not cast aspersions.
Sorry, you want me to...
The Honourable Member is leaving. But I would like to put on record the Honourable Member did not cast aspersions on the Honourable Minister's integrity.
Okay. All right. Thank you, honourable members.
Don't do that.
Honourable member, honourable Groenewald.
Agbare young speaker, dit lyk vir my die stoel is nou al so geoefen om mense uit te stuur. Ek hoop nie u stuur my uit voor ek gepraat het nie. 80% en meer munisipaliteite in Suid-Afrika word beheer deur die ANC. So u regeer in daardie plaaslike regerings. Maar agbare minister, as ons gaan kyk na die insameling van agterstallige dienstegelde, dan sien ons dit word eenvoudig nie gedoen nie. Sodanig dat die betalers van dienstegelde nou nie betalers moet subsidieer. En dan kry ons die situasie waar daar sommige munisipaliteite is waar Eskom na vore tree en die krag afsit omdat die rekenings nie betaal word nie. U het u begroting, agbare minister. Nou wil die Vryheidsfront Plus vir u sê. U kan nie geld oorbetaal aan 'n plaaslike regering as hulle bedryfskostes nie behoorlik kan bestuur om die rekening te betaal nie. Want die mense betaal vir die krag, maar dan word dit afgesit. En alvorens u enige gelde aan die munisipaliteit oorbetaal, moet u doodseker maak dat Eskom se rekening vereffen is, want dis onbillik dat betalersverdienste se krag afgesny word weens wanadministrasie. In die Noordwes-provinsie is al die munisipaliteite wangeadministreer. Daar was 'n ondersoek na almal van hulle. Ons wag nou nog vir sommige verslae vanaf die spesiale ondersoekeenheid. Agbare minister, hoe kan u verwag dat 'n politieke party u begroting moet ondersteun as daar totale chaos is, as die amptenare onbevoeg is, dat korrupsie eenvoudig net seevier en u sit hierso met 'n vroom gesig asof niks fout is nie. Die Vryheidsfront Plus sal nie hierdie begrotingspos ondersteun nie.
Honourable Imam.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The National Freedom Party supports this budget vote. Honourable Chairperson, to execute its mandate, the department has a budget of 72.9 billion. This amount has been earmarked to improve corporate governance. Honourable Chairperson, one of the fundamental principles of corporate governance should be to ensure that we are accountable as office bearers. Now, when you have a situation like you had in Khayelitsha, where people were using toilets that had no doors for a long period of time, and even though you've had a councillor in the area who did not see that and do anything about it, it makes you wonder whether there is accountability. And for that reason, the National Freedom Party says that more emphasis needs to be put in place to ensure there's greater accountability by public representatives who are paid by the taxpayers to ensure that they are delivering to the people of this country. Now, my colleagues keep continuously complaining on the side, and you hear the who's and how's and he's. But there's an ideal example of the clinics in the Cape Metro who's the worst in the entire country. But they will choose to do nothing about it. Why? Because it's not in Constantia, because it's not in Berkeley, it's not in Bishopgate. That is what it is all about. So in conclusion, the National Freedom Party calls on the department to place greater emphasis ensuring accountability by public servants, and in view of that, the National Freedom Party supports this budget. I think.
Honourable Member from the ANC.
Chairperson, the ANC support this budget vote. Deputy Speaker, the ANC support this budget vote because this budget vote of 72.9 billion rand is mainly focused. It has not just came, it has come through with a program that is called Back to Basis, which I think now is a well-known and accepted program within the department and government. This program, Chair, to take it forward, we are going to use this money, is going to be used through the 10-point plan. And this 10-point plan is how the money is going to be spent as it was spent correctly. The committee has accepted the program and its implementation, especially the issues to be addressed during the second phase. We are now in the second phase of this back to basics, which is working very well. We will play our oversight role on it and on the 10-point plan, and to ensure that we assist the department to implement the second phase of the Back to Basics program. We should therefore support this department in the implementation of this program, Chair, so that to measurable improvement in the citizen experience of the local government that can be achieved. Therefore, we support this budget.
Honorable members, declarations having been done, I now put the vote again. Are there any objections? Objections being indicated. Let's put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it.
Deputy Speaker, the DA calls for division. Thank you.
Division having been called, we'll call. The bells will be rung for 2 minutes. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that vote number 4 be agreed to. Are all members in the allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting is closed. 0 abstentions, 66 noes, 204 yes. The vote is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 5, Home Affairs. Are there any objections? Declaration having been requested earlier as indicated. Honourable Member, proceed.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. As we always do, the DA recognizes that the department has made significant progress over the years in a number of areas, and the service level in Home Affairs is getting better over time. But we also cannot discount the serious problem that still exists in the department that require urgent intervention. Although the changes to the immigration regulation has had a positive spin-off after much protest from the tourism sector, it is still struggling to recover from the damage, and more work needs to be done to make our immigration rules more tourism friendly. It still takes far too long for permits to be approved, especially permanent residents, permits which often take years to be resolved. The rollout of the Smart ID is also plagued with long queues, and the entire process remains very frustrating for applicants. Although there has been an increase in the allocation of immigration service this year, the allocation amount is still insufficient to deal with the millions of illegal immigration who are living in South Africa. The cancellation of the citizenship of dual citizen without prior warning is yet another contributing factor to the departments. Contd human rights violation, and his must be addressed with urgency. For these reasons, the DA will not support the budget. I thank you.
NFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. That is why I call this the movie house. Honorable Chairperson, the National Freedom Party supports the vote on Home Affairs. Honorable Minister, I think of Home Affairs, he is present. I think I did see him. Let me talk about a good story again. I had the opportunity the other day of one of the members from the SADC region that was present at a conference in Johannesburg and had unfortunately lost the unabridged birth certificates of a little baby. But I just made one telephone call, just one telephone call to the immigration office at Johannesburg International. And I promise you, just that one phone call ensured the safe passage without any delay for this person that come from Namibia. So I think it's actually a good story to sell. And I want to emphasize, and I did explain this to some of them, that the minister did not say that if you did not have an unabridged birth certificate, you can't travel. What he said was that the immigration officials at the different port of entries must use their discretion. If there is suspicion, then you must stop. So, and I think when I spoke to the immigration officer at the Johannesburg International, they very well understood that, and there was absolutely no problem. With regards to the Amgeni Road, I once again want to say and reiterate, Minister, the staff are very accommodating at the Amgeni Road branch. One of the challenges they experience is the very long queues, and that is as a result of
services. Deputy Speaker, we support vote 5 as it allows us to guarantee the security of our country, our citizenship, as well as the National Population Register. It allows this country to be a global player in the arena of the economy, peace, and development. Deputy Speaker, I want to indicate that in the committee, we generally agree and support the budget, except the DA's obsession with the Guptas. I think that is the problem that they are having. Every day they talk about the Guptas. Honorable members, the department has increased access to civics documents. It supports the IEC in its quest to hold local government elections this year. It also supports the government printing works as the preferred government printer, and also the department has embarked on modernization of its systems. We must agree that the department has turned around and it is contributing in the global tourism. Our passports, identity documents are on par in terms of security across the world. We need to make the call that parents register their children within 30 days to assist in securing the National Population Register as the only entry into that register. South Africans have to be safe and do feel safe. The Department of Home Affairs is key in ensuring this security and safety.
Your time has
The
expired,
ANC
sir.
support this vote. Come one, come all. Join the ANC march. Sishoda ngao.
I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it.
Deputy Speaker, the DA calls for division. Thank you.
A division having been called, we'll call, the bells will be rung for 1 minute. Your clocks are not wait. Close those doors. The time is over. I'd like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as a member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that vote number 5 be agreed to. Are all members in the allocated seats? Okay. Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against, press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting is now closed. The yes are 203, the noes 66, and there's no abstentions. The vote is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 6, international relations and cooperation. Are there any objections? Let's hear the declarations. Honorable Kalen.
Deputy Speaker.
Order, honorable members, order.
DIRCO is very proud of its 125 missions abroad. at a very high cost to the South African taxpayer. Given yesterday's debacle in Parliament, I wonder how our missions are explaining this to the world at large. It must be quite embarrassing this morning. These missions are costly for the fiscus, especially under the current economic climate. Programs 2, 3, and 5 of the department costs well over 4 billion, and this is from a total of 5.8 billion budget. In an effort to shore up its role of big brother on the continent, South Africa has undertaken too many foreign payments, which the taxpayer is bankrolling. Example, the 2 billion rand for the BRICS Bank, which could balloon to 24 billion over the next 6 years. Through you, Deputy Speaker, I ask the Minister, given that there are 8.9 million job losses, that the Minister of Finance has called for austerity measures, that one of the NDP aspirations calls upon DIRCO to conduct an audit of foreign representation in terms of whether the country should maintain its current global footprint, when is the Minister going to catch a wake-up and commence with the review and rationalization of South Africa's missions abroad? The DA cannot, in all honesty, support DIRCO's budget.
Honorable Imam.
Honorable Chairperson, the National Freedom Party supports this. Honorable Chairperson, let me start off by saying that, and I'll specifically talk on the issue of the SADC region, because a member representing Contd in the SADC region. There are lots and lots of interventions, especially in the SADC region. The infrastructure development that we are about to embark on, the process of fighting tuberculosis, diabetes, and HIV in the region, the issue of skills sharing in the region and keeping the skills in the region, then allowing them to be taken away by imperialists throughout the world. So I think, allocating a budget, maintaining your international relationship with the outside world is very, very important. I like it when we talk about job losses, but in my view, I think the issue of AGOA is also going to cause job losses because we were forced to actually bring in poultry from the United States, thanks to the Democratic Alliance. So, as a result thereof, so we have that. So let's, here in our relationship with the SADC region, I can tell you that we will be creating lots and lots of jobs. We will be able, there will be economic development in the area. I'll give an example of the shortage that we have ahead of the GPs, which the NHI could not kick off, which the DA don't want to kick off. The Mauritian government, part of the SADC, has offered 400 GPs. So there is a lot of work being done, a lot of good things coming out of our relationship. So we must support it anywhere where it is going to be in the interest of South Africa or our country as a whole, and our people, we must encourage it. So the National Freedom Party will support this budget. Thank you.
Honorable Mnango. Wait, Honorable. Near coalition. Hold on, Honorable.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deputy
I had
Speaker.
to protect you. You were about to be hit by a train there.
Thank you for protecting me as well.
All right.
Thank you. The IFP believes that it is imperative that stringent cost-cutting measures be implemented by this department in line with the overall fiscal belt-tightening that is taking place across all other departments. IFP believes that a reduction in the number of missions, which stands at 125 currently, must be looked at. The cost involved in maintaining trade missions with little or no benefit at all to the country is just undesirable. Symbolic missions are cost prohibitive. So such as well as the phenomenal growth in the terrorism scourge in Africa is also a cause for great concern to us. If not checked, it will undermine every effort at economic regional integration, which is underpinned by the AU infrastructure development initiatives. The IFP nevertheless supports this.
Honorable Chairperson.
Ngiyathokoza mphathini Rambo. Ihlangano yesitshaba esekelwa nguZimu nabezimu iANC iyasekela isabelo semali somnyango wazangaphandle. Angithome ngokuthi ichebiswano phakathi kweSouth Africa namazwe angaphandle likhule kusuka endaweni ezingathoma ku37 ukuya ku126. Lokho kwenza ukuthi South Africa iberekisane kuhle kukhulu namazwe angaphandle. Kwesibili ukuthi South Africa ihwebo phakathi kweSouth Africa nezwekazi leAfrica ihwebo lusuke ku11 billion before 1994 njenganje lijame ku385 billion iANC yasekela. Kwesithathu iForum for China and Africa njengoba beyibanjwe lapho umnyaka opheleleko kufakwe imali enengi endlula ku92 billion rand ezokwenza amathuba ombereko nokuceda ichigo. Ngokugcina ibhanka le ekuthiwa iNew Development Bank abanye bathi iBRICS Bank nayo seyithomile ukufaka imali eSouth Africa neAfrica lapho abantu bazakhona ukuthola umbereko nakwakhiwa amabhlorho nendlela namatelefoni nazo zonke into lezi bathi phecelezi ngesikhuwa iinfrastructure. Ngiyathokoza ihlangano bezimi yasekela.
I now put the question again. Those in favor will say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it.
Deputy Speaker, please note the objection of the DA. Thank you.
Noting the objections of the DA. Okay.
Agbare Young Speaker, die beswaar van die Vryheidsfront Plus ook asseblief.
Okay. Those objections will be noted. Honourable members, we now put vote number 7, Treasury. Are there any objections? Okay, declarations having been called for, let's do that. Go ahead, Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker, the great economist John Maynard Keynes viewed national treasuries, and I quote, as a bulwark against overwhelming wickedness. The problem, of course, is that it is true. National Treasury does stand against wickedness and does stand between good and evil in our country. Now, we are at a tipping point. Economic growth is collapsing to 0.6%. 8.9 million people do not have jobs or have given up looking for jobs, and we are hurtling towards a ratings downgrade in South Africa. But of course, despite this, the minister was a victim of a political hit on the weekend, with newspaper headlines screaming, "Pravin, arrest, shock," which of course triggered an extraordinary statement from the minister, which read, and I quote, "All South Africans need to protect the National Treasury staff who have diligently, honestly, and skillfully served the national interest to the best of their ability." And so we must ask, who do the National Treasury staff require protection from? And of course the answer is clear. President Jacob Zuma and his proxy forces, including the sugar daddies in Dubai, the peddlers of Project Spiderweb, and the wreckers in cabinet who support him. And so we choose to stand against wickedness and support the National Treasury vote in 2016-17. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Honorable Deputy Speaker. Let me start off by commending the Minister and his team, the entire Treasury, for a job well done. Minister, Honorable Deputy Speaker and Minister present, with regards to the challenges that municipalities are facing in terms of the Municipal Public Accounts Committees, the National Freedom Party believes that more power must be given to the Municipal Public Accounts Committee because to a very large extent they appear to be undermined by municipal managers and mayors and things. So I think we need to do that. The other thing is that we found is that irregular expenditure, there seems to be lots and lots of loopholes in irregular expenditure where you spend the money and then come out and regularize it, even though it may not have been entirely necessary, or it could have waited for the next budget and things. So I think those are some of the issues we believe that we must address, give more power to them. With regards to the issue and the challenge we have with the non-payment by government departments, and where Treasury is intervening and ensuring that they're paying directly, we must try and ensure that the recurrence of this must not go on and on. We must put a stop to it, ensure that people are accountable, make sure that the policies that we have in place must be implemented at all given time, because they come with these strategic plans and quite often they know that it is not realistic, they're not going to be able to achieve them. So I think Treasury needs to take that into consideration. However, the National Freedom Party believes that we will support this budget. Thank you very much.
Honorable Filton.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The reason UDM thought it necessary that I come over here is to register our concern to the Treasury over the fact that when a department underspends by as much as 60 million, to Treasury, that means nothing. But if you were to measure the amount of development that you can do with 60 million, socio-economic impact of 60 million, then you would understand that Treasury needs to move from that way of thinking. This declaration was made by a chief director when we're dealing with land reform, which had an expenditure close on that figure. So we want to say as UDM, do not undermine under expenditure, get serious with the way in which you handle the finances of the state. The other point in closing that I would like to raise is that we do support Treasury because we do realize the fact that it needs to have the cash to disperse to the various departments. But lastly, we want to say as the UTM, it's still a matter of concern that all government departments seem to concern and confine themselves to reporting that we've spent so many billions and that's the end. Socio-economic impact is the reason why there is government. Please add that. They will listen when you speak as Treasury. They don't listen when we encourage them to do that. I thank you.
Honorable Karel, Chairperson.
Deputy Speaker, comrades and friends, Mr. David Doom and Gloom Mania says everything that's predictable. Now, of course, he says the country is hurtling forward to a downgrade. He said that some 6-8 weeks ago, and he was proven wrong. There's no reason why he again won't be proven wrong. There's nothing inevitable about a downgrade. If we all work together as a country in our national interest, whatever our differences, which is what the minister appealed for in his budget speech, we can avoid that downgrade. Because you see, ultimately, who will suffer if there's a downgrade? It's not just all of us here, but primarily the poor and the disadvantaged. For the DA, it doesn't matter because that's not its constituency. In fact, it's the poor and the disadvantaged that will suffer disproportionately far more than us. So it's in our national interest. Many other countries facing similar problems, despite the very big differences between political parties, has drawn together. Why don't we expect the spirit of what the minister said in his speech of working together, being resilient, working together, as we've done in the best of times. Also to say, at our meeting yesterday, Minister, we observed once again, as we did now report on your budget, that the strat plan and annual report, strat plan and APP of the South African Revenue Service has not yet been presented. You have, of course, asked for an extension to the Speaker of the Parliament till end of July. The committee has welcomed it, but it says that actually we cannot afford the divisions we currently have, not in the context we currently face. So we've appealed for the President, the Deputy President, the leader of government business, the Minister, and the Commissioner Tom Moyane to sort these issues out. When you come back to us in August as Parliament, we have no choice but to get tougher on this, Deputy President. It has to be sorted out. Whatever the differences are, we're not taking a position on that. What we do know is the differences have to be substantially reduced, if not eliminated, which will increase our case to call for civil society to work closer with us. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. And those against, no. The ayes have it. The budget vote is therefore agreed to. We now put vote number 8, planning, monitoring, and evaluation. Are there any objections? Objections having been indicated and requests for declaration made. Honorable Mutau.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Just a little remark here. Working together does not mean that the DA should be the lapdogs of the ANC. The DA has warned previously that empire building in the DPME that would only serve to deepen the ANC's crony network of cadre deployment. As matters stand, the numbers of permanent posts in the department is set to increase from 372 in the 2015-16 financial year to 490 in the medium term. Consequently, the budget for compensation of employees is expected to grow at an average annual rate of 18.4%, accounting for 30.9% of the department's budget over the medium term. This is truly breathtaking at a time when the Minister of Finance has appealed for serious cost cutting across all national departments. This country is in dire economic straits. Nearly 9 million jobless South Africans demand this of all of us in this parliament to trim this bloated government. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the DA holds that the single hybrid portfolio committee for the DPME and the DPSA cannot do effective oversight over the two departments. Indeed, as I have pleaded before, if the two departments are important enough to each have a minister, a deputy minister, and loads of programs, then each of these departments must be important enough to have a dedicated portfolio committee. I know the minister is listening here. These are the issues that make it very, very difficult for us as a DA to support the budget of a ministry which actually quite works much better than others. For those reasons, we cannot support the budget for vote number 8.
Honorable Member, ANC.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, comrades, honorable members of this House. Monitoring and valuation is very important to this government, and therefore the African National Congress wholeheartedly support this budget. By supporting this budget, we are actually saying that the youth out there, that we are supporting youth development, we are supporting the empowerment of youth, we are supporting job creation, and we are supporting government to actually evaluate and monitor departments when it comes to service delivery. Just allow me, Honorable Deputy Speaker, just to say that the Democratic Alliance, actually, they are very, very naughty this afternoon. And we actually need a more serious opposition in this House. Not this kind of lapdog. We don't need this kind of lapdog. We need a more serious opposition. The Democratic Alliance only come. The Democratic Alliance are wasting taxpayers' money. They're only coming here for self-pleasure and self-indulgence to this House here. And therefore, the African National Congress support this budget. Thank you very much.
Declarations done. We now put the question again. Those in favor will say aye. And those against, no. I think the ayes have it.
Deputy Speaker, please note the objection of the DA. Thank you.
We'll note the objections of the DA. Okay. Budget vote 8 is agreed to, noting the objections as indicated. I now put vote number 9, public enterprises. Are there any objections? Okay, declarations have been requested. Let's allow them. Go ahead, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
There is mounting evidence to suggest that a number of state-owned entities have been captured by the Gupta family, allegedly influencing not only ministerial appointments, but also the appointments of the SOEs themselves. I recently had the misfortune of being party to a portfolio committee in which state-owned entity Denel spent the entire meeting blaming National Treasury and the very department that is their stakeholder for alleged non-compliance with the PFMA. It is not a healthy state of affairs when an SOE blames or attempts to pass the buck for its inactions on the fact that they should have been sanctioned by the Department of Public Enterprises but had no communication with the minister. It is imperative to uncover the full extent to which the Gupta family has influence over state-owned entities. This is with a view only to make sure that the very nature and the very credibility of our state-owned entity is brought back. Parliament is duty-bound to hold government accountable, as well as ensuring that the cabal of ANC cronies with links to President Zuma and the Gupta family do not seize our economy. The DA will not allow the ANC to prosper at the expense of ordinary South Africans. Over 8.9 million South Africans remain jobless. As long as the ANC continues to put itself first, our nation will always come second. The DA will not support this budget vote.
The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I'm making this presentation on behalf of Honorable Naren Singh. As indicated during the budget vote debate on public enterprises, Honorable Singh said he believed that there is no need for this department to continue existing. The number of state-owned companies that this ministry has oversight role has reduced considerably. He went on to say that the current state-owned companies, which include Eskom, Denel, SA Express, Safcol, can quite easily be made accountable to the relevant line function departments. The arm's length approach by the minister and the department in respect of their oversight is often the case because these state-owned enterprises hide behind the Companies Act and independence of their boards. An interaction by our committee with the Denel board chairperson and officials over the VR laser issue is a case in point where state-owned companies literally say to the minister, quote unquote, do not interfere. The department has a budget of 274 million rand, which could be better used for service delivery. Notwithstanding this, our view is that the department does exist and does have a responsibility to oversee some SOCs, and this must continue. We would accordingly support the current budget in the hope that sooner rather than later, there will be no need for the department. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Groenewald.
Agbare voorsitter, die Transnet Hof uitspraak vandag is weer eens 'n bewys dat die agbare minister dit nie erns het met die belastingbetalers se geld in Suid-Afrika nie. Agbare minister, ons praat van miljarde rande wat hier betrokke is. En ek wil vandag vir u sê dat u behoort so gou as moontlik te skik in hierdie pensioensaak om die belastingbetalers se geld verder te mors. SA Express het so 'n paar weke gelede was sy lisensie net eenvoudig opgeskort. Ek hoop die agbare minister het gesien toe 'n breinvrou op die lughawe in trane was omdat sy nie kon vlieg nie, want haar ma het daardie dag 80 jaar oud geword. Dis 'n eenmaal gebeurtenis. Dit as gevolg van SA Express wat sy veiligheidsrekord nie op datum is nie. Daarna is gesê nee, dit was maar net dokumentasie. Wat was dit? Sommer net vir dokumentasie? Dan moet daar sekerlik 'n paar amptenare ontslaan word. Want as dit die ongerief is en die kostes wat dit teweegbring as gevolg van swak administrasie, is dit totaal onaanvaarbaar. Agbare minister, ek het u pertinente vrae in die debat gevra. Oor Denel Eisje, Denel wat internasionale wapenskoue deelneem en mense eintlik bedrieg. U het my nie geantwoord nie. Al wat u vir my kon gesê het, is ek is disrespekvol teenoor u. Nou wil ek vandag vir u sê, en u moet mooi luister. U is gewoond. Amptenare doen aan u verantwoording en as u sê spring, dan sê hulle hoe hoog. In hierdie huis doen u verantwoording hier aan die belastingbetalers van Suid-Afrika. En u moet nou nie 'n ou Chang Bali minister word as u nie die vraag kan beantwoord nie, because that's what you became, a crybaby minister.
Honourable member, your time is expired. NFP.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The National Freedom Party supports this budget vote. Let me start off by talking about one of our successes, and I think ESCOM has turned, because not very long ago we used to hear moans and groans and cries from people with ESCOM, with load shedding. But suddenly I don't hear people say there's no load shedding. What a privilege, what a pride. Yeah, it's come right. Nobody wants to talk about it. So nobody talks about successes. We only talk about negative issues.
Order, honourable members.
But in saying that, I also think what we should encourage in this House, Honourable Chairperson, is that every member in this House, understanding that South African Airways is part of government entity, should all travel South African Airways. Why don't we all travel South African Airways if you want it to be profitable? That is what they must do. And I think government must put a policy in place, and I'm glad the Deputy President is here, where we must insist that members of this House must use South African Airways. Why are we enriching the West? Why are we enriching the imperialists when we have our own? Honourable Chairperson, I want to emphasize that yes, as the National Freedom Party, South African Airways,
continue, honourable members.
South African Airways should not and must not ever be sold. What must happen with South African Airways is we must just get our management correctly and make it a profitable organization once again. South African Airways is the pride of South Africa. So not for the interest of others must we get rid of South African Airways. But I want to emphasize there we must ensure, and I think as soon as possible, make sure that all my colleagues here travel South African Airways. Love to see them on the South African, on the economy class. Thank you very much. The National Freedom Party supports this budget.
Order, honourable members. The ANC.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Order, honourable members.
Geachte meneer Groenewald, dit was net documentatie en dit was dit net al documentatie, dus niks anders niet. ANC supports vote number 9 because Elisebe libeka amaqanda. The turnaround of the 6 state-owned companies, Eskom, Transnet, SAX, Denel, Safcol, and Alexco, under Minister Brown, is bearing fruits. We can mention numerous successes, but the biggest success to date is the one that Honorable Shaik has spoke about. Last year, I stood here and I said, I again say, load shedding was not a crisis. I say it again. Now that there is no load shedding, there is no one who says anything. Their mouths are closed as if there is glue pasted on their lips. Eskom were the last date Eskom had load shedding was in August 2015, and nothing up to now. Why? Why?
Order, honourable members.
You should ask you, why were you crying in the first place? Thanks to the leadership of Brian Molifi and Dr. Ben Gubane, I just want to say, Honourable Chairperson, we are aware of the other SOCs that have small problems, and we are working on that. On the Denel issue, Denel is always associated with Guptas. But the people who associate Dinel with Guptas, they never mention the white other companies that have shares within Dinel because it belongs to them. That's why
Honourable member, your time is expired. Honourable member, your time is
We
expired.
support this budget.
Order, honourable members. Honourable members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections? There's objections. I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, the DA calls for division.
A division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 1 minute. Order, honourable members. Honourable members, I would like to remind you that you may only vote from your allocated seat. And when requested to do so, you must simply indicate your vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed. The question before the House is that vote number 9, public enterprises, be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour 204, those against 65, there's no abstentions, and the vote is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 10, public service and administration. Are there any objections? Declarations of vote has been requested. I now recognise the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Public Service has its own Chapter 10 constitutional oversight body, the Public Service Commission. The Supreme Court of Appeal and the Constitutional Court recently found that the recommendations of the Public Protector cannot be ignored. If that is the case, neither can the recommendations of the Public Service Commission. A very uncomfortable position for many less than ethical public servants. The Public Service Commission runs the government's anti-corruption hotline. It also leads the National Anti-Corruption Forum. In addition, it investigates for corruption and unethical practices in the public service, and it generates an annual fact sheet on financial misconduct. The Public Service Commission fights to ensure that taxpayers' money does not end up in the coffers of criminals and ends up servicing the poor people, the 8.9 million unemployed South Africans. The Commission is still independent. It still manages to do its investigations and report its very inconvenient findings without fear or favour. So just when we have a Court judgment that should have the effect of sharpening the teeth of the Public Service Commission, it has its wings clipped. The budget for the Public Service Commission's investigative and development work, specifically on leadership, has been reduced. Even more troubling is the reduction in the budget for anti-corruption activities. We cannot support a budget that so plainly does not support the crucial fight against corruption.
Are there any further declarations? ANC?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The ANC supports this budget vote. The DPSA, with its entities, played a crucial role in building a state that is capable of realizing its developmental and transformative role. The NDP highlighted key areas that the department must focus on in the building of the DPSA as a career of choice for all the 1.5 million public servants that are recruited into the administration machinery. Given our historical background as a country, one would have never thought for a moment that the DPSA would be what it is today. This should be a feather in the cap of the ANC. It is indeed a feather in the cap of the ANC, although the architects of this system, of the homeland system that was supposed to have been amalgamated, want us to forget where we come from, which is not going to happen. It is without doubt that the Portfolio Committee noted the progress made in implementing and coordinating interventions aimed at achieving an efficient, effective, and developmental-oriented public service. Honorable Chair, I think one should have an advice for the DA, that I think it is time that members of the DA particularly join the yoga, because they always complain. That's the best thing that the DA can do, it's to complain. So it's about time they join the yoga so that they think positively rather than allowing their minds to wander into million directions, tapering into one thing, negativity. So I think it's about time. Aye. Yeah.
Honourable Member, your time has expired. Order, honourable members. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? There's an objection. I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, please note the objection of the DA. Thank you.
The objection will be noted. Are there any further objections? None. The vote is thus agreed to. I now put vote number 11, Public Works. Are there any objections? There's objections and there's request for declaration. The DA. Order, honourable members.
Under the current government and because
Order,
of the
honourable
current
members.
And because of the current government, we have 8.9 million people who do not have jobs, who live without dignity, without independence, and without freedom in South Africa today. And it is obvious that the ANC has no intention of implementing the structural reforms necessary to boost economic growth and create jobs. But there are work opportunities provided through the expanded Public Works program, which can make a difference to the lives of the unemployed. In the ANC-controlled parts of the country, fighting corruption and the EPWP should be a priority for the minister. I have proved to him that what was referred to as a rumour is in fact the truth. Those who can't produce an ANC membership card are turned away, and this happens nationwide. Is the purpose of the EPWP to provide job opportunities to those in need, or is it to allow ANC councillors to offer unfettered and unmonitored largesse to unknown thousands? These job opportunities should be available for all, not just ANC cadres. The DA government in Cape Town has created tens of thousands of work opportunities, winning praise and acclaim even from the current national government. We have made great progress in rooting out corruption and nepotism in the allocation of EPWP work opportunities using a fair database system, a system through which the private sector will also be able to recruit job seekers, providing further opportunities for training and future employment. The Auditor General has questioned the department's EPWP data because it seems the same group of ANC cadres are given these jobs day after day, year after year in ANC-controlled areas. Now, we can ensure a fair system and use the EPWP to give dignity and opportunity to those without jobs by the amendment of adding 1.2 billion rand to provide approximately 180,000 more work opportunities in 2016-17.
Honourable
But
Member,
as you
your time
won't,
has
we
expired.
won't.
The UDM.
Thank you, Chair. The UDM does support this budget, but there are red lights flickering. The budget on monitoring has been reduced, and this is likely to compromise the effectiveness of such an important division of the department. Mtara High Court still needs attention, I must reiterate. The recent events around the country, and in particular Vuwani, point us in one direction, and that is the urgent and absolute need for the department to begin to think seriously on two aspects. One, alternative building materials, which will be more fire resistant. I know it's not something that can be implemented this very year, but begin to think in that direction. Secondly, the appointment permanently of social work, of social facilitators, I nearly said social workers, social facilitators, who would be in the immediate precincts of all government structures. That would help for people to have a sense of ownership of government precincts. Transformation report of the CIDB points in one direction, that is there's very little transformation taking place in the space of public works. This needs urgent attention. Lastly, you need to have closer working relationship with the municipalities, especially in the sphere of the bad use of the expanded public works program budget by municipalities. It needs closer attention. Otherwise, you're not going to have positive results come end of this financial year. I thank you.
The ANC.
Honorable Chairperson, the ANC supports vote 11. The Department of Public Works' turnaround strategy of stabilization, efficiency enhancement, and sustainable growth continues to yield positive results. The department maintained its unqualified audit opinion in the 2014-15 financial year. The department continues to execute its mandate to ensure, one, decent employment through inclusive economic growth, two, the provision of strategic leadership and the regulation of the construction and property sectors to promote economic empowerment and skills development. Three, good corporate governance to support effective and efficient service delivery. Four, an efficient, competitive, and responsive accommodation infrastructure network. And five, to contribute towards comprehensive rural development. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? There's objections. I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, the DA calls for division. Thank you.
A division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 1 minute. Order. Will honourable members take up their seats, please? I would like to remind members that they may only vote from the allocated seats. The question before the House is that vote number 11, Public Works, be agreed to. Are all members in the allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour, 196. Those against, 58. There's no abstentions, and the vote is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 12, Statistics South Africa. Are there any objections? There's no objections, but there's a request for a declaration. The DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. Some good news on my right-hand side. The Democratic Alliance support budget vote 12 Stats SA. Statistics South Africa plays a central role in the implementation of the National Development Plan by the government. So the proper functioning of Stats SA is of the crucial importance for South Africa's future. Transforming the economy and creating sustainable expansion for job creation means that the rate of economic growth needs to succeed 5% a year on average. It is clear our growth is stuck at less than 2%. The biggest challenge our country faces is not better statistical reporting, but government's lack of will to actually implement the NDP. Stats SA can deliver the method and indicators to inform that progress are inadequate. The NDP must implement to address economic infrastructure, to boost economic growth, and to address unemployment. 8.9 million people are unemployed. There must be greater synergy between the NDP, Stats SA, strategic plans, and the allocation of the budgets to departments for South Africa to move forward. Thank you.
Are there any further declarations? The ANC.
Honorable House Chair, ANC usukumela ukubonga kwi-DA ukuthi khona nokho into abayivumayo. Ukuthi cha i-vote number 12 mayibe khona ngoba indeed ayikho i-government engaphatha ngaphandle kwe-empirical evidence which is the data. So singukhongolose sithi siyabonga bandla kusho ukuthi sekhona uguquko ngoba besidinga nina siyabonga.
Thank you, honourable members. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I now put vote number 13, women. Are there any declarations? There's objections and a declaration. The DA.
While the Democratic Alliance supports the mandate of the Department of Women in the Presidency in securing women's rights, gender equality, and the development of women's socio-economic opportunities, we cannot support a budget that will not allocate resources effectively. 69.9 million is transferred to the Commission for Gender Equality, leaving the department with a small operating budget of 127 million. Unfortunately and misguidedly, 70% of this operating budget and 71% of personnel are allocated to administration instead of focusing on improving the plight of women at grassroots level. As a result, the core mandates of programs 2 and 3 are neglected. The gender mainstreaming framework and gender responsive budget have still not been completed. So how can the progress of other departments be evaluated? This department is failing the women of South Africa. Given the dire state of the economy, the high rate of unemployment, and the devastating increase in food prices, The DA feels that the budget allocated to the Department of Women could be used more effectively to increase social grants, which provide a lifeline to over 17 million citizens. The ANC voted against the constructive budget amendments by the DA that would improve the lives of people who are struggling to survive. Vulnerable South Africans deserve a better deal than the ANC is prepared to give them. The budget of the Department of Women can be utilized to better effect, to increase social grants and help the poor. We reject budget vote 13.
Are there any further declarations?
Yes, ANC.
I'm just waiting for the members of the NFP. May I request members who want to make declarations to move to the waiting benches, please? It saves time. Please continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The National Freedom Party supports this budget. Emancipation of women is very, very important. Protecting our women is very important. So supporting this budget is very important. So I don't understand what my colleague is complaining about. Be that as it may, the National Freedom Party calls the department to take responsibility and ensure that they accelerate the emancipation of women in South Africa. Honorable Chairperson, 1 out of every 4 women in South Africa is in an abusive relationship. Every 6 days, a woman in South Africa is murdered by an intimate partner. Every 25 seconds, a woman or girl is raped in South Africa. Honorable Chairperson, nothing has happened for 300 years. Somebody says nothing is happening right now. It is the socio-economic conditions under which our people live. After having been oppressed for 300 years, this is the society we live in. So a lot has to be done, and we must appreciate only so much can be done in 22 years. Honorable Chairperson, what we find is the issue of maintenance seems to be a serious problem, especially in those that are self-employed and you're not able to trace that income. And we find that our girls and ladies have to go repeatedly to these courts. There are long queues and spend a hell of a lot of time there. Often men, for not wanting to pay maintenance, end up saying it's not my child, it's unaffordable for them to do tests. And I'm sure the Minister of Health is here, he's sitting and he's listening, and he's going to do something about it. The National Freedom Party will support this, but calls on the department to do a lot more to protect our women and the rights of our women. Thank you very much.
Okay, the ANC, Honorable Bengu will make the declaration from a seat.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Portfolio Committee on Women in the Presidency, having considered the APP and budgets of the Department responsible for women for 2016-17, as well as the Commission on Gender Equality's annual performance plan, respectively, according to the Department's policy priorities for 2016-17, the Department has indicated that its focus over the medium term will be directed on 3 core areas, which is analyzing and monitor policy and providing knowledge, mainstreaming women's socio-economic empowerment, awareness raising and outreach program, as the department will host a number of awareness initiatives through the country on a quarterly, annual and once-off basis, such as 365 days of violence against women. The department has only received a budgetary allocation of 196 million for 26-17 financial year. Of this, 69 goes to the CGE, with the department left with the operating budget of 127 million. Although there is a 6 million more that is more than in the previous financial year, but this department needs more money so as to employ more personnel, so as to make sure that it's monitor all the budgets and programs in all the departments to ensure that the lives of women are improved through service rendered by this ANC-led government, and to monitor at provincial, district, and local municipalities that women issues are taken serious. So what the DA, Honorable Robinson, is saying is grandstanding that as we all members of the committee, we have agreed that the department needs more funding to fulfill its mandate and meet its target. So the ANC supports the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honourable members, I now put the vote. Are there any objections? No objections. Yes. There's an objection. I now put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, please note the objection of the DA. Thank you.
Objection will be noted and the vote is thus agreed to. I now put vote number 14, basic education. Are there any objections? Declaration of vote has been requested. I now recognize the DA.
House Chair, the huge unemployment rate amongst the youth, the decline in the 2050 matric results and the collapse of education in Limpopo, Eastern Cape and KZN is proof that we are going backwards. The Jobs for Cash reports indicates that 6 out of 9 provincial departments have been captured by SAT2, and if the Minister doesn't limit the power of SAT2 immediately, the government will continue failing to deliver on education. We note that in 2017-18, the school infrastructure grant will shift to the education grant and funds will be transferred to provinces. We will continue to plead that such funds be conditional and that the spending thereof be closely monitored due to a very poor delivery history on projects. The growing inequality between our quintile 1 and 5 schools must be addressed with urgency. And we have our misgivings about Operation Pakisa, as we do not know where the money is going to come from for all the ICT projects. We saw new schools built and completed through a city, 171 now down to 136, sanitation down from 410 to, and also water provision down. We see no growth in Program 3, which works and deals with improvement of the quality of teaching and learning to enhance accountability. We have some concerns about the increased expenditure for consultants, legal fees, travel and subsistence, and there's no adequate plan nor allocation for disasters we've just experienced in Wuwani, Limpopo. The business as usual approach is not going to solve our country's education crisis, and we cannot support this budget.
The UDM.
I come here for one message to the Minister of Basic Education. Your cooperation is critically important in the development of sport in this country. So far, the reports we're getting in another vote are that your department is not coming to the party. We've gone past the stage of asking why. We insist that you need to reshape your programs such that your department comes to the party. Sport is suffering because your department is just not coming to the party. However, UDM would still support.
The NFP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. The National Freedom Party supports this budget vote. Honourable Chairperson, we just have a few challenges, and I'm glad the Minister is here. Minister, one of the things that we found is that the quintal system seems to be marginalizing certain learners, because you may be in a privileged area, but you may still come from an underprivileged background. And I'll give you an example of Wentworth or Oosterwil in Durban, which is a very underprivileged area, and you find that there are learners there that are coming from the townships. But because the school does not qualify, those kids are deprived. So I think that is one of the things we need to look at. The issue, I think, also of the nutrition tenders, which seems to have been a challenge. But we welcome your announcement that one school will be delivered every week. We also call on a coordinated effort between the Department of Health, the Department of Education, including the Department of Sports, so that we can develop these learners into full-grown youth that will someday become an asset to this country. And in saying that, the National Freedom Party will support this budget.
The ANC.
Sihlalo, African National Congress siyalisupporta uhlahlozimali olubekiwe phambi kwendlu. Silisupporta ngezizathu ezilandelayo sihlalo. Emlandweni wethu siqala siyabona ezemfundo, iDepartment yezemfundo izama ukuvala igebe phakathi kwabahluphekayo nabadla izambane likaMpondo. Okokuqala la sibona izikole zethu zakhiwa ziba seqophelweni ezakhiwa ngalo. Ukuthi laba abaphikisayo bengeke bakuthande ngoba angeke bakuthokozele ukuthi baficwe la bekhona. Sibona izikole zethu kulolu hlahlo imali, sazi ukuthi lezo izikole ezinhlwempuzi yadla izingane zethu ukuze ihlale zisesikoleni. Siyabona sihlalo imphumela yezemfundo inyuka ngendlela ongakazi uyibone. Siyabezwa abantu abathanda ukuphikisa njalo bezobuka kwi-percentage kodwa mubuka inombolo neqophelo lemphumela esiyikhiphayo njengamanje siyiningizimu Afrika. Iyabonisa ukuthi lolu hlahlo imali lisafuna ukuthi liyithathe izwe lethu liye phambili ukuze siqhubeke sikwazi ukushintsha impilo zabantu, siqhubeke sikwazi ukufinyelela la kunezidingo khona, ikakhulukazi kulabo abantu abahlala endaweni zasemaplazini nalabo abantu ekade besalele emuva iminyaka eminingi. Lolu hlahlo zimali ke esize ngalo namhlanje yilolo esithi ngempela lizokwazi ukusithatha siye phambili njengezwe, yilele esithi liyakwazi ukuhambisana nomqulu wenqubekela phambili wentuthuko i-NDP yase South Africa. Siyabona ukuthi eminyakeni ngo-2030 ngempela siyizwe uma ngase silandele lo hlahlo zimali, silandele lezi inhlelo i-department ezanalo, izwe lethu sobe selibeke phambili. Ngaleyo ndlela sikwazi ukushintsha impilo zabantu zibe ngcono ngokwezemfundo ngoba siyazi ukuthi izwe elingafundile, izwe elingakwazi ukunakekela intsho yalo ayisoze laqhubekela phambili. Sithi nje siyakusupporta kakhulu lo hlahlo zimali esihlangene ngalo namhlanje. Ngiyabonga Sihlalo.
Honourable members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections? I now put the question. Those in favour will say aye, and those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, the DA calls for a division. Thank you.
A division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 1 minute. Order, honourable members. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from the allocated seat. The question before the House is that vote number 14, basic education, be agreed to. Are all members in the allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The session is now closed. Honourable members, the result of the division is as follows. Those in favour 203, those against 58, there's no abstentions, and the vote is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 15, higher education and training. Are there any objections? Declarations of vote has been requested. I now recognize the Democratic Alliance.
The ANC wants us to become a developmental state, like the Asian tigers. But the development state idea is not going that well because of the many failures of government that we see all around us. One of these failures is in the field of higher education. Today, the leading example of a developmental state is China. But China spends 3% of its GDP on higher education. This has enabled China to move from a position where no universities existed at all after the Cultural Revolution to one where today its top universities compete on an equal basis with the best in the world. Our higher education budget, by contrast, fails miserably. The public knows that we spend a lot on basic education, But as far as higher education is concerned, we spend a mere 0.76% of GDP on universities and 1.55% of GDP on all higher education institutions and student loans. We are nowhere near the proportion required by a developing country, let alone a developmental state. Of that budget, a stagnating proportion is allocated to universities, while far too little is provided for student loans and bursaries. Is it any wonder that our universities are burning? We have tried to be constructive, and we've proposed amendments to the main budget to put an additional 2 billion into student funding, as well as an additional 730 million into university subsidies. These amendments have been rejected by the ANC in committee. We are appalled that the ANC government would rather let our universities burn and our students go hungry than give them the extra resources that we proposed. This country will never develop without the high-level person power produced in higher education institutions. The DA unequivocally rejects this budget. Thank you.
The NFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. By rejecting the budget, I would imagine that no students will go to university next year, and so nobody will go forward. So I don't understand the logic behind it, but anyway. Honorable Chairperson, one of the concerns we have with regards to the NSFAS funding is this, that I think the issue of collecting the loans that have been given out needs to be managed a lot better. The other challenge that I think we want to express on is that the issue of the curriculum. We find that a lot of the curriculum in these tertiary institutions are not based on the skills needs of the country. And I think just yesterday we heard the President talk about 19 million or so in the health sector, jobs that were nurses and medical professionals that we will need by 2030. And I think we need to encourage the tertiary institutions to take in learners based on the curriculum needs of our country so that we can address the skills shortage and also export that skills so that we can reduce the high unemployment rate that we seem to be having. And in line with that, the National Freedom Party believes that this budget must be supported because it's in the interest of every learner that's going out to tertiary institution. So we support this. Thank you, Chair.
The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. The ANC support this budget vote. First of all, right from the beginning, it must be clear that the ANC stand for a philosophy of a socio-economic approach. In other words, we stand for nothing else but poverty that has been caused by two people, the DA and the National Party. Because we want to say that if poverty is as high as it is, as a result of our past caused by DA and National Party, there'll never be peace in South Africa. Poverty is the cause, not the ANC, of all of we're going to support this budget, unlike the DA that opposes the budget. So all the bendings that is taking place at universities, all the social maladjustment like juvenile delinquency, crime that is taking place in this country is caused by poverty as a result of inferior education and the oppression of apartheid that we come from. To address that 9%, there's 9% increase. There is 9% increase on the budget, coming to a total, bringing the budget to a total of 67,000 billion rands. And that is going to be used for poor students in NSFAS, like last year for NSFAS and poor students we allocated 7 billion out of 9 billion. The ANC support this budget because we're mopping up the mess that was created
Honourable Member, your
by the
time is now
people on my
expired.
right. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Order, honourable members. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? I now put the question. Those in favour will say aye. Those against will say no. Think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, the DA calls for division. Thank you.
Division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 1 minute. Order, honourable members. The question before the House is that vote number 15, higher education and training, be agreed to. Are all members in the allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Those in favour 205, those against 60, there's no abstentions, and the vote is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 16, health. Are there any objections? There's a request for a declaration. I now recognize the Democratic Alliance.
House Chair, the Department of Health's budget is a reasonable response to our disease burden and our national priorities. 1 billion more set aside for the expansion of the antiretroviral program, 740 million added to strengthen our TB programs, 4.5 billion for revitalizing our facilities, and more funds set aside for new substance abuse treatment centers in the Northern Cape, Free State, Western Cape, and Northwest. It is a rational thing to support the budget, and we do. But the minister must take bold steps. 2 weeks ago, I visited Mangaung's hospitals and found that none of them had hot water. It has been like that for 3 years. In both KZN and Free State, life support medical equipment have not been serviced for the last 2 years. Clinics and hospitals are desperately understaffed. Medical waste systems are dysfunctional in the Free State, in Gauteng, Limpopo, and the Northwest. I petitioned the AG to investigate. AG Makwete decided to include medical waste governance in provincial audits. Today I wrote to the Office of Health Standards Compliance to do a performance audit at the very moment when medical waste washed up overnight on the beaches of Durban. It does not help, Minister, to call our overworked nurses white devils. The health professionals are your strength. Your weakness is the inability of ANC MECs to spend health budget honestly and to spend them diligently. The DA supports this budget, but it is time that the minister summon the courage to call the ANC MECs to order. I thank you.
The NFP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Let me start off by commending the Minister of Health for a job well done. You know, Minister, one must have utmost respect for you when you say that I can go out there and put dialysis machine throughout the country, but my people will still die. I don't want them to die. I want to know why are they dying. And your principle of prevention rather than cure, that must be welcomed, Honorable Minister. Your intervention, Minister, with regards to the rollout of ARVs to now almost 4 million people in the country, which has also reduced the new infection rate, clearly indicates that your department is moving in the right direction. Your further intervention with regards to TB, the HIV, and now the stance with respect to diabetes, which you're not only taking in this particular country, but in the SADC region and in Africa. Again, it must be welcomed. Yourself together with Global TB, the work that you seem to be doing there again must be welcomed. And I think you must be congratulated on your commitment and dedication in trying to create a healthy life for our people. The introduction of the sugar tax, Honorable Minister, I want to reiterate, we must ensure that a lot of that money goes towards spending it to prevent diabetes and awareness on the challenges that our country face in terms of diabetes. We don't want that money to be now lost in the fiscus for every other thing other than diabetes. The National Freedom Party supports this. Thank you.
The ANC.
Honorable House Chair, we stand here as African National Congress. We support vote 16. We're supporting vote 16 precisely because the Department of Health, led by the Minister, has managed that in the last financial year, we had 2,000 ward-based outreach teams. We are saying this kuba siyazi ukuba xa sime apha izibhedlele neekliniki zivuselelwe inkangeleko yazo abantu abakhumshayo yi-revitalization. Namhlanje kukho abantu abama apha abathi oko i-ANC ithe yaphatha kuyi-mess ngesilungu, kanti i-Department of Health ilungisa kanye loo mess kuba kaloku abanye abantu babesongiwa babeqeqeshwa ngokwebala labo. Siyabacela kabantu into yokuba mabayazi into kokokuba i-Department of Health in the Eastern Cape nase-Free State naKwaZulu-Natal yakhe iikliniki eziyi-24 nento ekuthiwa yi-community health clinic. Yakhe i-institutions zokuqiniseka into yoba amanesi aqeqeshwa ngokufanelekileyo. In 167 health facilities which are currently undergoing revitalization, these are earmarked to be completed in 2017. Yabona ke mna ke ndingwapha ebhayi. If you go to Doranginja, we have got what is called the state-of-the-art pediatric, Minister Mtwaleti. We have got what is called the state-of-the-art psychiatric hospital at Doranginja. Kodwa siqinisekile siyabacela abantu bakuthi into yoba bangayilahli imbo yabo ngophoyiyane kuba kaloku xa sizama ukulungisa i-Department of Health ilungisa ezinto ngemali encinci engekhoyo. Siyakucela Minister Praville uba sicela ukuthi kratya kuba kaloku le imali incinci engekhoyo senza okukhulu ngayo kuba siqinisekise into yokuba siyabutshintsha ubomi babantu bakuthi.
Honourable Member, your time is now expired.
ANC support vote 16.
I put the vote again. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. I now put vote number 17, social development. Are there any objections? There are objections and there's been a request for declarations. The DA.
Honorable House Chair, this week the ANC had the opportunity to increase social grants by 2.2 billion rand as proposed by the Democratic Alliance, but the ANC said no. Social grants are a lifeline to over 17 million South Africans. Recent reports reveal that close to 9 million South Africans are without jobs, which renders them dependent on family members who receive grants. These vulnerable people are clearly not a priority to the ANC government. The budget speech by the Minister of Finance earlier this year, when the 6.4% increase in grants was announced, falls short of the just released CPI figures on food price inflation, which sit at 11%. Since then, the Democratic Alliance has called for the increase in social grants to meet the ever-increasing food prices that were exacerbated by, among others, the current crippling drought and our country's ailing economy. My colleagues in the Finance Portfolio Committee have gone further and proposed amendments to the appropriation bill because the DA believes that the reprioritization of the lives of vulnerable South Africans is crucial. This too has fallen on deaf ears. South Africans can see for themselves that to the ANC government, mostly black vulnerable lives do not matter. We reiterate our call to the government to prioritize the millions of South Africans' lives by increasing social grants. The ANC has failed the poor, and as such, the DA will not be party to a budget which has not gone far enough to address the needs of the poor South Africans. Thank you.
The IFP.
House Chair, may I address you, please?
Yes, Honourable Member.
I'd like to address you in terms of Rule 63 of the rules. Every time a Democratic Alliance Member of Parliament gets up to speak, the Honourable Member underneath the pillar there is shouting the word sellout. This is deeply offensive, and I don't think if we want to start trading personal insults in the House, then we can go that route, but I don't think it's appropriate. And I'd ask a ruling from you whether the word sellout is an appropriate in the parliamentary context.
Your point is noted. Honourable members, order. Let us refrain from referring to each other in a dishonourable manner. While interjections...
But yesterday you called the President
Honourable Minister, I did not recognize you.
Yeah.
Honourable Minister.
You are sellout too.
Honourable Minister. Order, honourable members. Order. No.
Point of order.
Honourable Khadebe, sit down. Honourable Minister, you should be asked to be recognized. You shouldn't just switch on the mic and address the House. Yes, Honourable Member.
Honourable House Chair, when I said it yesterday, the President owned it from the podium, but the Honourable Member is unparliamentary in what he's just said by calling me a sellout. I think he must withdraw as well.
Honourable members.
Otherwise, I can start talking about his Twitter account.
No, honourable members. No. Order. Order, honourable members. Honourable members, over the last period of time, there has been a number of words that has been used in Parliament that should not be used in Parliament by referring to honourable members. Yesterday was once again such a case. As the presiding officers, we're looking at what was being said and updating the list of unparliamentary words. And we will return to the House and engage the chief whips of all political parties to remind ourselves on which words is unparliamentary. Let us not make use of words that can be deemed offensive or gestures even. And other things that I've observed here from where I'm sitting this afternoon. There's quite a few things that can be interpreted very, very negatively. So let us just refrain from doing so. Let's maintain the decorum of the House, and we will come back, Honourable Steenhuisen, once we have done that. Honourable members, I think we must now order. Let us now give the member at the podium opportunity to continue with her declaration.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. Despite the Minister of Social Development trying to put a positive spin on matters that her department is seized with during her budget vote debate, the facts speak for themselves. As our economy grinds to a halt, we are faced with a severe social crisis. Government is losing the war against gender-based violence, and we are losing the war against substance abuse. Then, each month, millions of schoolgirls are missing a week of school each month simply because they do not have access to sanitary products. The IFP continues to call on this department and government at large to ensure that free sanitary pads for all those who need them become a reality. We have also called for VAT to be removed from these items. If we can provide free condoms, Honourable Minister of Health, we can also provide free sanitary products. Despite all this, the Minister of Social Development offered no answers to the issues we raised. Notably, she also had nothing to say about the illegal and immoral deductions from SASSA grant recipients. Instead, we were chided by ANC MPs saying that the matter is still sub judice. But then only a few days later, the Minister briefed the media about the steps that she's taking to resolve the matter, not Parliament. I also remain concerned that the Minister's role as the President of the ANC Women's League is severely compromising her role as the Minister of Social Development. The incident in Port Elizabeth cannot be swept under the carpet. How can the very minister who is supposed to protect the most vulnerable people in our society threaten people with violence? Finally, despite constant denials by many leaders, the Public Protector has confirmed that distributing food parcels at party events is an abuse of state resources and contravenes our Constitution. It is now up to Social Development and SASSA to arrest this practice as we approach the municipal elections. These are issues of grave concern. However, this budget looks after the most vulnerable in our society. The IFP will therefore support this budget, but not the way in which it's administrated. I thank you.
The NFP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. The National Freedom Party supports this budget. Honourable Chairperson, this is the department that is designated to work with victims of rape and abuse, to facilitate foster care and HIV/AIDS outreach programs, and as such, must rely heavily on interdepartmental cooperation. It is also the department which is responsible for counselling traumatized victims of abuse, drug addiction and crime, and the department that must facilitate care for the aged and the destitute. Honourable Chairperson, unless we as a country and as a government address the imbalances that our people have suffered from the past oppression over 300, it is going to be very, very difficult to address these challenges that our people are facing, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, the conditions under which our people live, the kind of housing units that were built prior 1994, there's blocks of flats with no recreational facilities, drug abuse, high unemployment rate, all clustered together. This is some of the reasons why our people are living under the conditions they are. And that is why it's, the challenges of abuse of drugs and alcohol and teenage pregnancy and HIV and AIDS is continuing, accelerating. So we need to look at this collectively, Honourable Chairperson, to be able to address this. And I know it's not easy in 22 years. And I think we are getting there. There's a lot of work being done. But however, there are still very serious challenges. And I want to urge the department to look at this holistically, the different challenges our people face in those areas, to try and change that. And especially improve the kind of houses I think we build for them in those environments. Ensure there are proper recreational facilities, not clustered.
Honourable Member, your time has expired.
The National Freedom Party, in conclusion, will support this budget. Thank you.
The ANC.
Sihlalo wosihlalo indlu iphela diphakamela ukutsho ukuba iANC kunye nekomiti ziyayixhasa oluhlahlo lwabiwo mali. Kufanelekile ke ukuba iqela leDA kwezopolitiko lingabi nawo umdla wokuba le mali mayifumaneke kuba kaloku ingase yenze kunciphe nabafazi abasebenza ezifama zawo. Yiyo ke loo nto ingathi xa bethe banemali abayinikwayo noko ukuya efama beyosebenza bebeleka abantwana kuyancipha. Nxe ngokuba sibanika imali sawuhlala sibanika ubomi babo bube ngcono, nivuma ningavumi. Umama uMasango ohloniphekileyo walendlu undidanise kakhulu kuba okoko sihamba kunye kwade kwangumzuzu ogqibela engaphakamisanga lichasayo. Noko ke ndiyabona mhlawumbi ikho into engamhlela xa enokuthi athethe inyani kule ndlu. Le budget yenza omama bakwazi ukuphucula izakhono kuba umntwana usukile emqolo usesikolweni sabantwana abaselula. Abantwana xa beye kwi-early child development center bayakwazi ukuhlala ixesha elide esikolweni kuba bayatya ingqondo ikhule sitsho silingane. Singalingani nje kungoba thina sakhula sisela amanzi sidla inkobe bona bedla izambane likapondo. Yiyo lento ingathi yathuthumba lento sikule ndlu. Ndiyaphinda ndithi le budget yenza inguqu abasebenzi bayayazi lonto kuba xa besebenza emigodini nakwindawo ezinzima onina babo bahoyiwe ile mali banikwa bayamkela inyanga nenyanga ngaphezu kwale kota eyayifunyanwa kade emva kwenyanga ezintathu.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections? There's an objection. I now put the question. Those in favour will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, please note the objection of the DA. Thank you.
Objection is noted.
Die beswaar van die Vryheidsfront Plus ook, agbare voorsitter.
It's noted. The vote is thus agreed to. Honourable Members, I now put vote number 18, Correctional Services. Are there any objections? There's a request for a declaration. The DA.
House Chair, Correctional Services has an integral role to play in the criminal justice system of our country. The 2005 White Paper on Corrections in South Africa stated boldly, and I quote, "The final fundamental break with the past archaic penal system and ushers in a start to our second decade of freedom where prisons become correctional centers of rehabilitation and offenders are given new hope and encouragement to adopt a lifestyle that will result in a second chance towards becoming the ideal South African citizen." More than a decade later, this ideal has not been realized. To be fair, Chair, it's not solely the result of the budgetary allocation to the department over the years. In fact, overcrowding and corruption within the ranks of the administration of the department has contributed largely to the inefficiency in the department, specifically in respect of programs aimed at rehabilitation. The continued underspending by the department on its capital budget aimed at the increase of the number of bed spaces at our correctional facilities is a blight on the efforts of the many committed officials within the department. Chair, as in the past, our other concern with the budget of the department is that it does not sufficiently resource the programs dealing with community corrections and social reintegration of ex-offenders, therefore preventing the optimal use of measures other than incarceration. While we therefore support this budget, we do so very hesitantly. If underspending and corruption are not curbed substantially in this financial year, we may be forced in future to vote against the budget of the department as a vote of disapproval of the lack of progress in addressing these serious issues. I thank you.
The ACDP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the ACDP will support this budget vote, notwithstanding certain reservations that we have. Now, the Auditor General has persistently raised concerns about the department's internal audit and control environment and its perennial audit qualifications. And we note that the internal audit sub-program does not have any significant performance indicators through which to measure progress made. An amount of 95.286 million is allocated to this program, and we in the ACDP support the committee's recommendations to improve the internal audit indicators. And we note that President Zuma has issued a proclamation for the Special Investigating Unit to investigate irregularities in the award of a tender for the electronic monitoring system. And we also commend the steps taken by National Treasury's Chief Procurement Officer in earlier instructing Commissioner Modise to cancel an irregular tender worth 378 million rand. Now, the department has been unable to meet its targets for additional bed spaces, and we know the department is the receiver of the criminal justice system. But this has largely been due to long delays in the completion of capital infrastructure projects. Regrettably, discussions between the Minister and the Minister of Public Works have borne little fruit, and the result of that is we see overcrowding and diseases, particularly tuberculosis. But we particularly support the increase in the number of restorative justice programs, and this we see by the increase in the number of victims, parolees, and probationers that are attending these programs. This, together with the rehabilitation budgets, cannot be underfunded, and we really need to see that as it has a direct impact on the reintegration of offenders into society. The ACDP has always supported restorative justice programs, so the ACDP will support this budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
House Chairperson, the African National Congress supports this budget because in the past few years, we have seen improvements in the work of the department. In fact, the department is succeeding in transforming the prisons into correctional centers, properly so-called. We also find that the department is turning these correctional centers into centers of excellence. The ex-offenders that come out of these centers have skills, and the department has a program to plow back these skills into the society, and that enables the department to effectively bring about rehabilitation and social integration in our communities. We know also that the department has been building halfway houses which contribute to this social reintegration. So as the African National Congress, we would call on this parliament to do everything possible to support this department, bearing in mind that the majority of the young people are in the correctional centers, and we do not want to have a situation where recidivism continues. We want these young people to come out as productive citizens so that they can contribute to the creation of a better life for all our people. And we know that some of our people in this parliament, on my left, have been critical of the work of the department because their interest is
Honourable Member, your time is now expired.
tenders. The department does not exist for tenders, but for service. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. Honourable members, we will now take a comfort break for 30 minutes. Bells will be rung to alert members to the resumption of business, and business is now suspended.
Thank you, honorable members. I now put vote 19, defense and military veterans. Are there any objections? There are objections. Declarations have been requested. I will allow the DA to continue.
Chairperson, this budget represents the confusion and contradictions of political strategies, government policies, defense force needs, and national treasury allocations, clearly to prioritize the interest of President Zuma at the expense of the defense force and our citizens. The minister admitted herself that with this budget, we will be shutting down the defense force earlier than expected. The total budget is declining in real terms, and less money is appropriated to strategic expenses, for instance, forced flying hours, patrol vessels, equipment in support of our troops, and airlift capabilities in the support of land and marine border patrol. We have seen the last week how our ocean economy has been exploited by the Chinese invaders, which should have been prevented with regular air and sea patrol sorties. We know that the Defence Force, review remains a dream, as not even milestone 1 can be funded. This could have been corrected if it was not for the persistence to procure the new VIP jet with a value of 3.6 billion rand. And obviously more flying hours and money appropriated for the VIP. Wasteful expenditure continues. For example, persons employed and paid as military judges cannot officiate in courts because the minister has not confirmed their appointments as judges. The Department of Military Veterans is handicapped with incompetent and unqualified staff, lack of ICT support, incomplete and unapproved MOUs and service level agreements, and incomplete database and a lack of leadership. Supporting this budget would be irresponsible and would imply that we negate our fiduciary duties. The number of beneficiaries from the 57,000 military veterans on the database also remains a mystery. The department continues to underperform and to underspend on all the performance indicators and targets. There's no ways that one can perform and support this budget in the best interest of our troops. I thank you.
Thank you. AFF Plus.
Agbare voorsitter, sedert 1994 het die Vryheidsfront Plus nog elke keer hierdie begrotingspos ondersteun. Want ons weet, op hierdie oomblik het die Suid-Afrikaanse nasionale weermag geld nodig. Die verwagtinge wat die regering aan hom stel en dit wat hulle vir hom gee om te spandeer, maak nie sin nie. Op die oomblik is die verdedigingsbegroting ongeveer 1% van die BBP. Ons weet, om hulle verpligtinge na te kom soos vredesoperasies, die patrolering van die Mosambiek-kanaal, het hulle minstens 1,6% van die BBP nodig. So dit is so, die weermag het geld nodig. Daar is nie eers genoeg geld om te verseker dat ons vlieëniers genoeg vlugure kan opstel om hulle behoorlik op te lei nie. Op 'n stadium was dit so erg dat daar nie eers genoeg geld was om genoeg ammunisie aan te koop vir ons soldate om behoorlike opleiding te doen nie. So die weermag het dit nodig. Maar, voorsitter, dan kom die agbare minister en sy sê, hulle gaan voort om 'n presidensiële straler te koop uit die verdedigingsbegroting. En dit is totaal onaanvaarbaar. 4,3 miljard. Die agbare minister het in die begrotingsdebat probeer eintlik sê, maar wie sê dit is 4,3 miljard rand? Waar kom die mense aan hierdie bedrag? Want sê sy, daar is nog nie eers 'n behoorlike tender om te kan sê dis 4,3 miljard nie. Agbare minister, as u gaan kyk na die spesifikasies wat gestel word vir die presidensiële straler, dan sê daardie spesifikasies en die vereistes dat jy in 'n sekere klas beweeg. Byvoorbeeld dat hy minstens 10,000 kilometer en meer aan een moet kan vlieg. Dan praat jy van 'n Boeing 787. En dit, agbare minister, gaan meer as 4 miljard rand kos. Daarom sal die Vryheidsfront Plus nie hierdie jaar vir die eerste keer die begroting ondersteun nie.
Dankie. Agbare lid Swart, ACDP.
Chairperson, this budget vote is the one budget vote that all members of parliament are in agreement with. And that is that the defense budget is totally underfunded. So whenever we sit and we debate the budget vote and we've got all the generals and all the officers there, we stand and we wring our hands and we say, oh, this budget is underfunded, there must be more funds given, it must be at least 2% of GDP, it's only 1% of GDP, and we stand there. And as I said in the budget vote, I said, can we as MPs, in good conscience, look at those officers in their eye when we have the power to amend the budget? Now today we passed the committee report on the Appropriations Bill, and it's significant that on page 8 it says no formal submissions were received from committees in terms of the subsections. That gives us the power as the Defence Portfolio Committee to approach the Appropriations Committee and to shift funds away. And when we say the presidential jet is not yet costed, if you look at the operational leases, suddenly they increase by almost R1 billion for every year over the next 3 years. So we can see money has been taken away from our Air Force and from the Navy to fund these aspects. Now the Navy has got 20% of its operating oil. How can it possibly operate with that? So I would implore members to relook at this, to reprioritize that, and to use the powers that we have in terms of the Act to reprioritize funds. The ACDP will regrettably not support this vote because remember what the soldiers have said. They've said ours is not to reason why. Ours is but to do or die. That is the poem from the Charge of the Light Brigade. And we need to support our soldiers and our men in uniform. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mngwango, IFP.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairperson. The IFP supports the budget. However, we are concerned about the lack of implementation of the defense review. There is an urgent need to phase this in at a cost-affordable pace to the country. Any further delay will surely result in the astronomical escalation of the cost to implement the defense review. We would also like to urge the Minister to fast-track the implementation of the National Service, for we believe that this will assist in tackling youth unemployment. And we are concerned, Madam Chairperson, about the continued public parading of the former members of Mkhonto Wesizwe in ANC political events, because we believe that that runs contrary to the prescripts of the Constitution and the law. For no political party is allowed to have a private army. So MK was demobilized and is part of the military veterans catered for in the National Fiscus. And we believe that this practice must actually stop, for it is not only a threat to the stability of the country, but to our democracy as well. Let there be one national defense force in this country. I thank you.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ANC supports this budget vote. Chairperson, the brouhaha I hear from those parties that do not support the budget, I find it very, very much irresponsible and self-defeating. Those parties are talking with a forked tongue, because you cannot say that you want to promote peace and stability in the country and in the region, but you still reject the budget that is supposed to promote what you aspire for. You can also not say that you are interested with you've got interest with the plight of the military veterans and say you reject a budget that must give them houses, that must give them education, and not only them, also with their beneficiaries and their dependents. Now, the ANC stands for a well-equipped and well-trained defense force. And the ANC stands for the better life of all military veterans. So, I want to ask
the ANC will support this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll now put the vote again. Are there any objections? The objections will be noted. Oh.
Chairperson, sorry, the process was that you would put the question, yes and no, but given we're not doing that, can you please note that the DA calls for division? Thank you.
Okay. Division called, 3 minutes. The bells will be rung for 3 minutes. I get what you're breaking. I am saying 3 minutes because we come from a comfort break. So I'm allowing 3 minutes. We will have subsequent reduction of the minutes. Thank you. Honorable members, I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may therefore after press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. Order, honorable members. The question before the House is that vote 19 be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Yes. Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Yes. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all the members voted? Oh, there is a hand. Please assist the member there. It will work. I am told that even if your screen is dark, you may still press, it will reflect. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Thank you. The results are as follows: abstentions 0, the noes are 68, the yeses are 202. Hence, the vote is accordingly agreed to. We now continue to vote number 20, Independent Police Investigation Directorate. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to.
Chairperson, we did indicate that we would like to make a declaration. It should be there, and our speaker is here. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a request for declaration. I will ask the DA to take the podium.
Dankie agbare voorsitter. Die DA ondersteun met huiwering die onafhanklike polisieondersoekdirektoraat se begroting. Ons ondersteun dit omdat die
honorable members.
'n belangrike grondwetlike rol het om te vervul deur die Suid-Afrikaanse Polisiediens aanspreeklik te hou. Dit is dus belangrik dat die direktoraat wat 'n sleutelrol speel in die handhawing van openbare vertroue in die polisie behoorlik befonds en ondersteun word. Maar ek sê met huiwering omdat die begroting nie naby aan genoeg is vir dit wat die direktoraat aangevra het om sy rol betekenisvol te vervul nie. Daar is nie genoeg personeel nie en die tesourie het die fondse geweier wat aangevra is om die Marikana aanbevelings te implementeer. South Africans deserve police that protect and a watchdog that bites. Maar die regering van meneer Zuma het stelselmatig die direktoraat se tande uitgetrek en uitgeskop, beginnende met die heksejag teen die uitvoerende direkteur. Hands off the police watchdog and let it do its job. Investigating police criminality without fear or favor, even if the targets are Mr. Zuma's besties. Ek wil ook graag aan die NFP-lid die begrotingsproses verduidelik en hoe 'n meerderheid werk wat die ANC het om hulle eie begroting deur te voer en te implementeer. Of die DA dit nou ondersteun of nie, dit is julle werk om julle eie begroting deur te druk en ons stem duidelik nie saam met aspekte daarvan nie. Daar is wel 'n baie goeie Afrikaanse woord wat die lid van die NFP beskryf en ek sien hy is nou op pad podium toe om presies dit te kom doen. In Afrikaans noem ons sulke gedrag en sulke mense baie blaatant gatkruipers. Baie dankie voorsitter.
Thank you. Honorable Imam Shaikh, NFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. There's no...
Order, honorable members, order.
It clearly shows that that member's sense of arrogance
Order,
is equal to
honorable
his idiot.
Imam, would you please sit?
My apologies really to Honorable Imam, my serious apologies. Is it parliamentary, Honorable Chair, to call a member of parliament a heart-graper? Is it parliamentary? I think it is not parliamentary, and in my view, it should be withdrawn.
May I be assisted because I don't even know the word myself. Honorable members, the honorable member from the DA, I am informed and the translation has been given to me and that word is unparliamentary. Would you please withdraw?
Voorsitter, dit is net soos wat
Honorable member, I'm not asking for explanation. Will you please withdraw?
Daar is 'n duidelike aanslag in Afrikaanse spreekwoorde in hierdie huis en selfs woorde soos
Honorable member, you'll take me to the class next time, but I trust what my advisors are saying.
Dit is baie moeilik om
Honorable member, please. Will you please
I can't
withdraw?
withdraw the truth, Chairperson.
Oh, thank you. What is
Point
it?
of order, Chair.
What is it?
Honorable House Chairperson, withdrawal of the word shouldn't be conditional.
I can't hear.
He didn't withdraw at all, so he should withdraw. You cannot
Honorable
undermine
member.
us like that.
Honorable member, would you please stand?
Can I proceed?
Honorable Filtani, let me deal with the point of order first.
Thank you.
I will
Chair.
come back to you.
You'll come back to me. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable member,
Yes, Chairperson.
will you please withdraw the word that you used in this house that is unparliamentary?
Chairperson, for me to call someone a khatgryper,
Honorable member, please, I don't want to be
I
schooled.
withdraw, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Filtani,
Chair, I think in order to clear and get rid of all this ambiguity, we need to have a typical parliamentary dictionary. That's what will sort things out.
honorable
Because
member.
sometimes the chairperson says it's okay, and when it's a given party, they say it's not okay.
Okay,
Let's have
honorable
a
member.
parliamentary dictionary. Finish and clap.
Honorable
will
member,
solve it.
I think that is a good suggestion, although it's not a point of order. It's not a point of order, but it's a good suggestion. Honorable members, we continue. ANC. You're still here. I'm very sorry. Apologies. Thank you. Continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me remind that Honorable Member, I am where I am because I was elected by the people, not because of my color, but because of my service to the community. So if your party chooses you because of your color and nothing else, that is your problem, not mine. But let me add, Honorable Chairperson, with regards to the IPID, we think under the circumstances you are doing a very good job, and we urge you to continue. With regards to the issue of the senior managers, we urge you to try and fill these positions as soon as possible. We also want to caution with regards to collusion. And there's one issue that we want to emphasize, Honorable Chairperson, and that is cases that are repeatedly handled by the same investigating officers, and where you may find that the criminals and those dockets that they're handling are exactly the same criminals that were repeat offenders. And we are urging the department to do some investigation into that to identify whether there is some pattern that the same officers may be investigating the same criminals, and as a result thereof they may be getting away and not being convicted. So that for us is actually a challenge. The other thing is we'd like the department to recommend that the department should actually do is a survey between the police officers in the different police stations with regards to their protection at the police stations, with regards to what they know about corruption or collusion, because there are some challenges on the ground, and I think police officers are sometimes
Thank you,
scared to come
Honorable
forward.
Imam.
So these are our recommendations, but otherwise the National Freedom Party
Thank
will
you.
support the budget.
Thank you very much. ANC. Honorable Beekman.
House Chairperson, the ANC supports Vote 20. IPID gives effect to the provision of Section 2066 of the Constitution, which provides for the establishment of an independent police complaints body that must investigate any alleged misconduct of or offence committed by a member of the police. The 246 million allocated in the current year will facilitate the independent and impartial investigations of identified criminal offences allegedly committed by members of the SAPS and municipal police. Over the medium term, the Directorate will further strengthen its investigative capacity through the newly established National Specialised Investigative Team. The team's mandate is to conduct specialised investigations and facilitate the training of investigators on systemic corruption and other specialised investigations. The Compliance and Stakeholder Management Program, which has a budget of 15.5 million over the medium term's ultimate goal is to increase the number of disciplinary and criminal convictions secured by the Directorate and its recommendations for the police service and the NPA, thus ensuring that the police service is rid of corruption and non-professional officials. Another important item is awareness training for police officers on key provisions of the IPID Act. The training sessions is aimed at ensuring that police officials are fully aware of and compliant with provisions of the Act, their reporting obligations on crimes committed by police officials, important recommendations reflected by the police service, by the Directorate. The IPID plays important role in the professionalizing of the SAPS through conducting investigations and appropriate recommendations. Finally, the Police Committee have recommended in the budget report that IPID should continue to strengthen its oversight ability over the SAPS and the municipal services to ensure that the realization of the NEP to create a more professional police that enjoys the full trust of the communities by the SAPS and MPS is realized. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I put the question again. Are there any objections to the vote? No objection. The vote is accordingly agreed to. We now move to vote 21, Justice and Constitutional Development. Are there any objections? There is a declaration, a request for declaration in this vote. Can I allow the DA?
Thank you, Madam House Chair, honourable members. The provision for vote 21 is, by and large, barely sufficient to properly support the administration of justice in this country. It is bound to have a detrimental effect on the fight against crime and corruption, specifically in the light of the failure of the political leadership of both the department and of the country to demonstrate a commitment to our constitution and the rule of law. The success rate of the NPA in dealing with crimes affecting ordinary South Africans has declined in the last 2 years, when we saw bigger budget increases than we see this year. For this, the blame is to be put squarely on the shoulders of those who have been manipulating the appointment, removal, and replacement of the National Director of Public Prosecutions. It was inevitable that this would have a ripple effect down to the lowest levels of the criminal courts. Simultaneously, the purse strings held by the executive in respect of what is now the de facto corruption-busting institution in South Africa, the Office of the Public Protector, are being used to muzzle and render ineffectual this office, which has, along with our courts, been shown to act without fear, favour or prejudice. The continued refusal to properly fund the Public Protector, in line with the structure already approved during the 4th Parliament, unfortunately has the effect that the complaints of many ordinary South Africans cannot properly be attended to by this office. This, in turn, is used by her detractors to support their argument that she's not doing her job. We are of the firm belief that this country needs a fully resourced Officer of the Public Protector. The DA has proposed a way to make this possible. The ANC has refused to do so. We cannot support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. ACDP.
Chairperson, this is a crucial budget, but we see again a significant budget cut totaling 1.7 billion over the medium term. And this obviously has an impact on our MPA, on the functioning of courts, and on justice in our nation. Now, the two Chapter 9 institutions that report to this Portfolio Committee are the Human Rights Commission and the Public Protector. Now, one of the major issues facing us was the treatment of the Public Protector by the Justice Committee, to the extent that even the Speaker of Parliament admitted that it was regrettable the manner that the Public Protector was handled by the committee. And regrettably, there was no apology forthcoming to the Public Protector in view of the vindication of her office by the Constitutional Court. And I support the view that the Public Protector's office is underfunding. I understand the fiscal constraints, but in order for her to do her work, particularly in view of the Nkandla judgment and the fact that many departments are taking her decisions on review now, is obviously a severe constraint on her office. And the further significant aspect of the Public Protector's office is the reports of threats against her life. Now, in the previous Parliament, we in the Justice Committee, when there was what was perceived to be an illegal raid on her office, we immediately invited her to the Portfolio Committee to brief us on her concerns, which she then did. And I would ask that we in the Justice Committee invite the public protector and on an urgent basis to explain these threats against her and to ensure that we as Parliament are protecting her institution. Not only is she a vulnerable woman, but she's an important institution that requires protection from this House. The ACDP, in view of these budgetary constraints, will regrettably not be able to support this budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Swart, the statement you're making about the Speaker of Parliament, in the EPC debate, you actually withdrew that statement. I don't know why you're actually repeating it today. And the traditional courts bill, I want to say to Mahoshi Arena,
A point of order, Chairperson.
soon be introduced.
Honorable Majake. Honorable Swart.
Chairperson, I indicated that the Speaker did not apologize, but the Speaker issued that she regretted the way the committee dealt with it. Thank you, Chair.
Continue, Honorable Majake.
Ho Mahoshi Arena, re rata hore, the traditional courts bill will soon be reintroduced to Parliament. We know that there is a lot of concern out there because traditional courts continue to exist and they do not have any legislative framework to actually guide them. When it comes to business, especially multinationals, they've been very worried about the information regulator in terms of the Protection of Personal Information Act. We want to say that we will soon establish the Office of the Information Regulator. We are very advanced in the process of recruiting the Information Regulator and 4 members of the regulator. And we continue to create an environment of business. But at the same time, we want to see business itself benefiting South Africans by continuing to create jobs. And through the NPA, SIU, Public Protector, we will continue to fight corruption. And by the way, corruption is not something that is only beginning now, and corruption has got nothing to do with ANC. Corruption is about South Africans that become corrupt. Even during apartheid, we had corruption. You didn't have any institutions. So we will continue to support those 3 offices that I've actually mentioned. And one other thing that is important is to start looking at private sector and corruption that takes place in the private sector. You must start interrogating the banking business, you must interrogate insurance, you must interrogate retail, because what we hear only is suspicions that in government departments there must be corruption. And also the insinuation that's given is as if government is only employing ANC people, when in actual fact it's South Africans that are employed in government.
Thank you,
the ANC supports the vote.
Thank you. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? The objections will be noted.
Chairperson, the DA calls for a division. Thank you.
The bells will be rung for 1 minute. Thank you, honorable members. I would like to remind you that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. Order. The question before the House is that vote 21 be agreed to. Are all members in their seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor will vote, of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Those whose machines are not performing, just do as I said before. Thank you very much. The voting is now closed. Thank you, honorable members. The results are as follows: abstain 0, no 60, yes 205. The vote is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote 22, Office of the Chief Justice and Judicial Administration. Are there any objections? There is a request for declaration. I will allow the DA to lead.
Thank you, Chair. The fact that we are today dealing with this, the second budget of the Office of the Chief Justice as a separate department, must serve as a timely reminder of the country envisioned by the founders of our constitutional democracy. An open and democratic society where every citizen is equal before the law. Especially, Chair, as this is the year we celebrate 20 years of our Constitution. A Constitution which not only guarantees the independence of the judiciary, but also places the responsibility of ultimate oversight over compliance with our Constitution by the other arms of state in the hands of our judiciary and specifically in the hands of our Constitutional Court. Given the fact that the judiciary are dependent on the other two arms of state for its operational expenses, it needs no special insight, therefore, Chair, to realize that this is an inherent danger that budgetary allocations may be used to try and manipulate or even intimidate the judiciary into being deferential to the executive. Fortunately, we see no evidence of this in this year's budget. This does not mean, however, that there is not a very real danger that this may happen in the near future. The way in which the governing party increasingly would declare on the one hand that it accepts judgments against the executive, only to turn around and then question the legitimacy of the judiciary, sharply raises the question whether the ANC really sees the supremacy of our Constitution and the principle of the rule of law as principles transcending policy and politics for generations to come. Therefore, Chair, we are in full support of the continued efforts of our judiciary to effect a further evolvement of our constitutional order to insulate and safeguard our judiciary against efforts to intimidate or manipulate it by not funding it properly. I thank you.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The African National Congress support this budget vote. We support this budget vote because it responds directly to Chapter 8 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. We support this budget vote also because the Office of the SAJ is also committed now to deal with education and constitutional education to traditional leaders and to our communities. We hope that very soon our communities will not be just misled by anyone about what constitutes a state. We support this budget vote also on the basis that it promotes access to justice and it deals with the overall issue of transformation. For the first time in 22 years, the people in Limpopo and in Mpumalanga will have access to justice. There are high courts that have been built in these two provinces. As the African National Congress, our agenda of building A non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and a prosperous country is on course. Sishota ngani ngalana. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? No objections. The vote is accordingly agreed to. Honorable members, I now put vote 23 police. Are there any objections? There is a declaration has been requested. I will call upon the DA to continue.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. The Democratic Alliance will not support budget vote 23 on police for two reasons. Okokuqala, sizibuze ukuthi ingabe le budget izosiza yini ukwandisa ukuphepha kwabantu bethu eMzansi. Impendulo esobala ithi cha.
Honorable members.
This is our assessment because the high-level neglect, incompetence, and wrong priorities that underpin the chronic poor performance of our police service are not being addressed. Instead, as an example of one such wrong priority, the VIP Protection Service, benefiting primarily the bloated elite in the executive, is receiving an above-inflation increase of 14% since the previous financial year. Okwesibili, asixhase le budget ngoba akuyona i-budget ebizobekwa ngumnyango wamaphoyisa kuhulumeni we-DA. Uhulumeni we-DA ezayo kule parliament. We would have allocated an additional 500 million rand to establish a much-needed specialized unit to fight gang and drug-related crime. We need a more sustained, expertise-based, intelligence-led approach to tackling local-level syndicate crime, which the usual investigations are constrained to address effectively. Yesterday, the ANC had the opportunity to support our proposal to allocate an additional R500 million to the police budgets in order to provide for a specialized gang and drug unit. The ANC voted no. In so doing, the ANC voted against a more effective fights against crime, and that is why we reject this budget. Ngiyabonga.
Sibonge. Ngiyabawa malunga ahloniphekile wendlu. Umsindo sewuba ngaphezulu. Ngiyanibawa. Akhe siyehliseni. NFP?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. One of the reasons, in fact, the National Freedom Party also yesterday in the Appropriation Committee did not support the recommendation by the DA because there was no clarity whether SAPS had the capacity to redeploy members from one department to the other, and whether it was necessary to now go and appropriate a further 500 million rand to create the special unit. So in the absence of any knowledge on that, we felt it was really not in our interest to do that, and we did not refer to the actual document, the strategic plan. Honorable Chairperson, one other challenge we have is, and I want to refer to the Minister being here present today, I think there was an intervention by Honorable Deputy President and the Minister of Health in Johannesburg recently with regards to the sex workers and the so-called harassment by police officers. And I have this afternoon sent you an email to try and intervene in the matter because it's putting a lot of our people at risks. But there's an email on your table to try and address the challenges to ensure that the sex workers, despite performing unlawful activities, but they need not to be harassed and intimidated and with some of their stuff taken away. So that's one of the issues which we have. The issue of gang violence, especially in the Western Cape, and drug is a serious challenge. I think we have discussed this better, and I know Honourable Minister has said that there is some mechanisms that he is putting in place, and we're asking for these to be actually accelerated so that we can get our people to live in a safe environment. Having said that, the National Freedom Party believes that policing is under good hands, and we will support this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. UDM, Honorable Filtani.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The UDM fully supports the budget, but, Honorable Minister, problem is some of your station commanders in the country are deliberately suppressing the crime rate as reported so that they can earn points and get promotions. Typically, and you know I wrote you a letter 2 weeks ago. I'm still expecting your reply. Madeira Station in Mtata. 2 policemen are serving suspension without pay since February. Their problem, the station commander wasn't happy when they reported that a Pakistani without a driver's license accidentally killed someone in the dead of the night. And the police, the head of the police there was not interested in that case being investigated. So they've been suppressed. And so we say, we need this budget, but please look after all the policemen, not only station commanders who want to keep the records low so that they earn points and gain promotion. This is very, very rampant in that part of the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mwango, IFP.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The IFP supports this budget. In doing so, however, we would like to raise the following points and say that the political appointments to the Office of the National Police Commissioner have not worked, Mr. Minister, and we hope that the Minister and the ANC have finally taken lessons from what has happened in this office in recent times. We sit with a long list of disgraced casualties of this failed policy, such as Ubaba Comrade Selebi, who was accused of supping and dining with criminals, Mr. Peggy shoot to kill Kele, and Miss Ria Marikana.
Order, Chair. Order, Chair.
Miss
Honorable
Ria.
Mwango, please sit.
Order, Chair.
Honorable member.
No, Chair, I think Honorable must respect all members. You can't put nicknames that we don't even know. You can't, because it's like an insult when you call Honorable Kele or shoot to kill. Why? What is that?
Thank you.
Honorable Mwango, please.
Honorable Mwango, we know the rules. We call members honorable members with their correct surnames. Can you withdraw that?
Well, Honorable Peggy Kele.
Thank you.
And Miss Ria Marikana Pieja.
Honorable Mwango, I don't expect such from you. Will you please withdraw? I can't rule
withdraw.
and you continue to do that.
I withdraw, Madam.
Thank you very much. Continue.
To the Acting National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Pahlane.
Order, honorable members.
To the Acting National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Pahlane, I just have this to say. Your back to basics approach is a breath of fresh air. Please keep it up. And the logistical equipment and infrastructure, Mr. Minister, particularly in rural areas, needs immediate attention and your intervention. And the point in case here, the case in point here is the holding cells, Gwanongoma, that are falling apart. And in many instances, ziyavalwa iboshwa ithathwe zisiwe kwahlabisa nasenhlwathi. You know about that, Minister. I don't need to actually elaborate much about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Technicians, please take care of the screens. Something is very wrong. Any member? No. Thank you. Honorable member, any ANC? Please assist me because I can't see the time, the clock. Okay, thank you. Continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ANC supports vote 23, police to ensure that the South African Police Service to continue to strengthen the criminal justice system and professionalizing the police service. In addition, the department will focus on transforming the police service and capacitating the public order units. The budget will contribute to building safer communities as outlined in Chapter 12 of the NDP and Outcome 3 of the 2014-2019 MTF framework, ensuring that all people in South Africa are and feel safe. Similar to the previous financial year, the SAPS receives the second largest budget vote, 11.23% of the total budgets, appropriations included. The implementation of the Back to Basics program by the Acting National Commissioner and his new management team is contributing in turning around the effectiveness of SAPS in fighting serious crime. The strategic objective is to return SAPS to deal with its core mandate of prevention, investigation, and combating of crime. It includes the following: enhanced visibility, thorough and responsive investigation of every crime, utilization of resources in support of the investigation of crime, crime intelligence in support of proactive policing, and targeted deployment of resources and a collaborative, consultative approach to policing. The implementation of the White Paper on Policing by SAPS jointly with the Civilian Secretariat will further contribute to a more professional, accountable, and transparent police service. The transformation of the SAPS and the response on the Farnham Commission recommendations is vital to strengthen trust between the community and the police. In closing, the effective fighting of crime can only be achieved by effective community participation in safety and crime prevention. The projects undertaken by the Civilian Secretariat in terms of outreach and working with community police forums should be supported by all citizens. Together, we shall fight crime in communities. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? The objections will be, Honorable.
Chairperson, the DA calls for a division. Thank you.
A division has been called for. The bells will be rung for 1 minute. Thank you, honorable members. I would like to remind you that the members may only vote from the allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when voting session is closed by the chair. Question before the House is that vote 23 be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Yes. Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Yes. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Voting is closed. Honorable members, the outcomes are as follows. Abstain 0, the noes is 63, the yes 209. The vote 23 is accordingly agreed to. I now move to vote number 24, agriculture, forestry, and fisheries. Are there any objections? But the declaration of vote have been requested. I will call the DA to take the podium.
Thank you, Chair. There are a number of reasons for the DA not supporting this budget. First is the ANC government's refusal to intervene and declare our worst drought on record a national disaster. Just 305.3 million rand has been made available for drought relief, while requests for emergency funding amounting to 4.2 billion have already been received. Food prices are rising as I speak.
Honourable members, please.
And we know South Africa may need to import about 6 million tons of grain in order to meet the population's food requirements. The Democratic Alliance asked for a budgetary increase of 2.73 billion to provide for immediate drought relief to stricken communities, but this has been rejected by the ANC government. Second reason is the fact that for the second year running, this department's budget has been cut by 181 million and 40.6 million respectively in the sectors of agricultural production, health, food security and agrarian reform. Third is the inability of fisheries to effectively patrol and protect our marine resources. Worse still, as is the case with abalone, where the department has admitted its inability to protect the resource against brazen poachers, we now have fleets of Chinese vessels seemingly waging war on our marine resources and pillaging our fish, while those appointed to protect are watching helplessly. Madam Chair, I think I need to remind the department of the Afrikaans idiom that says, "Meng jou met die semels, dan vreet die varke jou op." Thank you.
Thank you. IFP Nkosi Kebekulu.
Thank you, House Chair. Let me first start by saying the IFP supports the budget, but I have two things to point out, Chairperson. The Chinese fishing vessels sailing through South Africa's exclusive economic zone area raises questions. To have foreign vessels within 20 nautical miles of our coastal transiting in lucrative fishing grounds where they had no authority to be fishing in the first place is of great concern. Out of a number of these vessels, only one that was intercepted and brought into port for inspection. Minister, should we still trust that our waters are well guarded and patrolled? Could we be made to believe answers, given that our coast is safe from would-be illegal fishers fishing in our waters, taking away that belongs to us as a country? The question is, what happened to the rest of the vessels who ended up not being brought into port for inspection? Okwesibili, Mhlonishwa Ngqongqoshe, esabelweni ebesikhishelwe ukusiza abalimi ngenxa yesomiso, sihlangabezana nokuthi lezo nkampani enikeza umsebenzi wokuthi zinikezele ifolish kubafuyi kunomnqubo abayithathileyo ethi uma ngabe umuntu enikezwa say for 12,000 rand bamnikeza i-ration ka 6,000 u-6,000 bewugcine bethi ulindele ukuthi uyothola isabelo uma umnyango uphinde waphosa ngokulandelayo. Ngabe konke lokhu kuliqiniso ukusiza umphakathi noma egcineni le mali egodlwayo ukusiza labantu abampofu imali eqonda igcine ehle ngemlenze? Umbuzo lowo oyodinga impendulo ngiyabo.
Sithokoze. Mhlonishwa Feltani, UDM.
Thank you, Chair. As much as the UDM supports this budget, there are 4 critical points that we would earnestly request the department to take a serious look at. Uno, all-round transformation in this sector is lacking. Suppliers of equipment and inputs remain outside of this color. That is a critical point. Duo, please accelerate the modernization of the ways of implementing agricultural programs in order to maximize production as well as to enhance soil preservation. The methods that are being used on most of the rural projects are very, very old, and they are not helpful. Stress. Budget cut is seriously decried by the UDM. we wish there could be more money availed to agriculture. If we had that, and we're planting as much as the nation needs, remember, there's over 5 million people who don't even have a job, employable as they may be, some of them. But because that is not happening, a lot of people become clients of the police department, become clients of the health department. They need hospitalization. But if our agriculture was really thriving, those people would be saved. Quadro. Better relations with the provinces would help to optimize assistance given to emerging farmers. Lastly, Honorable Minister, yesterday the President gave me a reply to the fact that, the reason sometimes for some ministers not doing their job efficiently is because of apartheid. Be an exception to that. We have got a history of utilizing land and being productive. Our agricultural progress was not that much hit by apartheid. Just remember that. Be an exception. Don't accept that as the reason. Thank you.
Thank you. NFP.
Thank you.
Order.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The National Freedom Party supports this budget. Let me start off by saying, Honorable Minister, you are present today. There is a challenge in Iteguini, that is Durban, with regards to the fishermen. There's about a 30,000 strong fishing community there who have been refused permission to fish. This is their lifeblood. This is what they rely on for an income. And they were removed there from about 2010 at the time of the World Cup. And they were promised that they will be able to fish there again. And we urge you to intervene in this matter to ensure that these people are allowed to go out there and fish again, because for generations they have been performing. Honorable Chairperson, we also want to welcome the support that the department gives to the farmers with regard especially in terms of the animal feed and things that you are providing to the farmers. But we also want to welcome the assistance that you have been given to all these drought-stricken farmers, and we want to urge you to continue doing that good work. We know that based on the situation in this country in terms of drought, that there might be a need for much greater assistance, and we feel that Treasury can come in at that stage, if necessary, to complement the needs that we may have in terms of the finances. So we believe that will happen. We also want the department to encourage taking advantage of the relationship we have in the SADC region and in Africa to try and export our citrus fruits and more of that in order to supplement the income in terms of the grain that we are now in. So in light of that, the National Freedom Party supports us. Thank you.
Thank you. ANC, Mutlompere Siminya.
Modula stulo wanto e tlhomperang le maloko a ntlo e tlhomperang re le ba ANC re dumellana le ditekatekanetso tše tša kgoro ya temo le dithokgwa le ditlhapi se se bolelang ke ba maloko a leloko la DA sa gore mmušo wa sanka o thuša ka nako ya drought a se nnete se se leng gona ke gore 2 billion e ba bolelang ka yona le a gopola gore Honorable Becky Cele o le boditše gore e ya ko kae nka se sa le botša gore ke ya bona, so it's not meant for farmers. Out of the budget ya department 6.3 billion 4 billion e ya ko di-provinceng go thuša bo balemi potlana ka diterekere, dipeu le manyora. So seo ba reng a ba thekge budget e a ba ithekge ka baka la gore e thuša bo balemi potlana. So and 2.3 e šalang e thušitše ARC le gopola re tlile mo ra bolela gore ARC e kgonne go tšweletša peu ye e leng gore e tlo kgona go lwantšhana le komelelo ya mela ka gare ga komelelo. So tše di bolelang ke ba DA a di phele ke di tšee badimo. So rena re le ba African National Congress re ministera tšwela pele o thekge balemi potlana
temo e gole go be le dijo mo South Africa. Ye botlhokwa ke gore re leboga le gore mmušo o ile wa elevator taba ya food security ba iša ka gara office ya deputy president gore e kgone go kry-a thekgo go tšwa dikgorong ka moka gore kala le bodidi di fele mo South Africa. Re a
Ra
leboga.
leboga. I think there is something wrong with the translation. Please assist those who can. Thank you. I now put the vote again. Are there any objections? In light of the objections, I will put the question. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, the DA calls for a division. Thank
A
you.
division has been called for. The bells will be rung for 1 minute. Thank you. Order, honorable members. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that vote number 24 be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting is now closed. Thank you, honorable members. Outcomes for the vote number 24. Abstain 0, no 62, yes 213. Vote 24 is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 25, economic development. Are there any objections? There is a request for declaration. I will now invite the DA to the podium.
Thank you, House Chair. When the Economic Development Department was launched in 2009, its mission was clear. EDD was going to bring coherence to economic policy making and implementation across state departments, but it has failed to do so. EDD was going to promote inclusive growth, but it has failed to do so. And EDD was going to break the back of unemployment by accelerating job creation, but it has failed to do so. In fact, despite the efforts of a committed minister and his team on every one of these indicators, policy coherence, economic growth, and employment, the ANC government has failed. This year, according to the International Monetary Fund, South Africa will be lucky to grow at 0.7%, while the rest of sub-Saharan Africa will grow at 4%. In 2009, there were 6.7 million South Africans without a job. Today, there are 8.9 million unemployed South Africans. With every passing quarter, the National Development Plan's 2030 targets of 5% growth, 11 million jobs, and 6% unemployment recede further and further into the horizon. Clearly, we are not getting enough bang from the EDD's 675 million rand buck. That is why the DA believes the EDD should be shut down and its budget channeled to other departments. Its economic planning and coordinating functions should go to Treasury, its support services to the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission should go to the Presidency, and its oversight functions of the IDC, ITAC, and the competition authorities should go to the Department of Trade and Industry. For these reasons, the DA does not support this budget. I thank you.
Thank you. Any other party? ANC, Mhlomphehi Coleman.
Ke lebohe modulasetulo le balekane ka hlompho. DA has repeated its tired and unsubstantiated complaints about this department. This is irrespective of the fact that when you are in the department, the minister talks to these issues. You applaud the minister, you praise the minister, but when you come here, you grandstand. You've been calling for this department to be scrapped for some time now. And this is the same department that we've seen it, even in the reports that they've given you, Doctor. You've also agreed to their performance. They've exceeded their targets, and you know that. They continue to do that. Maybe that's why in your proposal that you tabled in the Finance Committee or Appropriations Committee, you said they must cut the department's budget by 13 million. What does that mean? It means, therefore, that you are saying they must cut allocation towards infrastructure, allocation towards competition, allocation towards industrial funding and trade. What does that mean to the voters out there? It means if DA government would lead this country, DA would lead this country, their lives are not safe in your hands. I wish to point out that the department's budget is mainly for the transfers, and only 146 million is meant for the department.
Thank you.
Called core business.
Thank you very much. Your time has now expired. Thank you.
ANC supports this budget vote.
Thank you very much. I now put the vote again. Are there any objections? In light of the objection, I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable
Chairperson, the DA calls for division. Thank you.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 1 minute. Order, honorable members, I would like to remind you that you may only vote from your allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member is inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that vote 25 be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Thank you. Outcomes for the vote 25. Abstain 0, no 61, yes 211. The vote 25 is accordingly agreed to. I now move to vote 26, energy. Are there any objections? There is a call for declarations. I will allow the DA to the podium.
Chair, it may yet be too soon to start referring to the Minister of Energy as accused number 2, but should the ongoing legal action against the Minister go as poorly for the Minister as is expected, the Minister faces years of legal challenges, to the point where it may be cheaper for the taxpayer were the President and the Minister of Energy to carpool from their official residences at Brentarian to their various high courts. You see, Chair, the simple fact of the matter is that in overzealous attempts to meet or do the bidding of accused number 1, and despite protestations to the contrary, the Minister has seriously bungled the nuclear deal on various procedural grounds. Despite the Minister and the Department's best attempts to frustrate the current inquiry into what South Africans can only refer to as #EpicFail, sufficient information now exists to demonstrate that the Minister has not applied her mind or acted rationally, although I doubt this is a surprise to anyone. 2, that the Minister has violated the Constitution by deliberately bypassing Parliament, despite being in the possession of an opinion by the State Law Advisor clearly indicating the need for Parliament's consideration and approval of any intergovernmental agreements regarding nuclear. And 3, that the Minister is in violation of her statutory obligations under the Electricity Regulation Act, which requires, Chair, that both the decision to procure and the process to procure must be taken prior to the commencement of the procurement process itself. Her failings to adhere to either the Constitution or her statutory obligations mean that the nuclear deal, like most of the government's other policy objectives, is now in a state of undefined limbo. However, on this rare occasion, Chair, government's ineptitude is a virtue and not a vice. For you see, Chair, a recent report by the Energy Research Centre at UCT posits that avoiding Mr. Zuma's nuclear deal may save 75,000 South Africans their jobs and be a boost to economic growth. South Africa does not need an unaffordable nuclear deal that only serves to enrich one man and one man only. Of course, accused number 1. The DA opposes this budget.
Thank you. Next, IFP as Akhbara Lid, Esther Hazen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Minister of Energy encouraged the private sector to get involved in renewable energy technologies and treat it as an opportunity. 2 years ago, the grid parity price, for example, wind energy was R1.15 per kilowatt hour and solar R2.85. Through this continuous involvement, the prices were forced down. Die prys van sonkrag of solarenergie is tans beskikbaar teen ongeveer 65-75 sent per kilowattuur en dis alleenlik deur mededinging. Dit is die regte pad vir bevordering van alternatiewe energiebronne, want vooruitgang in die ekonomie kan nie alleenlik gemeet word aan ons handelsbalans en gemaksone van ons minerale hulpbronne nie, maar ook aan die energiebehoeftes van almal in Suid-Afrika. Sia lo my mukelo lolo slalo mali.
Sithokoze baba. Any other party? ANC? Babu Major.
Thanks very much, House Chair. The African National Congress supports budget vote number 26. We do so that the African National Congress government can continue to expand energy access to millions of our people and to industry. Honorable House Chair, if we are not born in a shack or a mud house in a village or in a matchbox house in a township, you will not understand the remarkable progress that the African National Congress government has made since 1994. In 1994, only 36% of households had access to electricity, mainly white households and those in urban areas. Today, 88% of households are electrified, and an increasing number of these is in rural areas. Honorable House Chair, the DA is too obsessed with nuclear. We do know that they are not going to be in a position to provide a cogent and scientific argument against nuclear. Their difficulty is that you can't have a nuclear expansion program under a black government. So this is the problem that the DA on this side has. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you. I now put the vote again. Are there any objections? In light of the objections, I will put the question. Those in favor of vote 26 being agreed to, please say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable member?
Chair, the DA calls for division.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for half a minute. Thank you. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that vote 26 be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Yes. Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Yes. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Yes. Voting session is now closed. Thank you. The results are in. Abstain 0, no 59, yes 208. The vote 26 has been accordingly agreed to. Honorable members, I now put the vote 27, environmental affairs. Are there any objections? Yes, there are objections, and declaration of vote has been requested. I will call upon the DA to go to the podium. Order. Honorable members, order.
Joni Edwards. Ek kan nie anders as om te begin met die skokkende werkloosheidssyfer wat weer eens gestyg het sedert my begrotingsdebat toespraak slegs 2 weke gelede nie. Daar is tans
Honorable members, please.
8.9 miljoen werklose mense in Suid-Afrika. The DA believes that this department can be more proactive and progressive in numerous ways, and at the same time create hundreds of thousands of jobs. Instead of dumping millions of tons of waste on landfills, not mentioning the illegal dumping sites that pops up everywhere, this government should put proper incentive programs in place. We should seriously start by creating less waste at home. We should become a recycling society, and we should start by doing away with plastic shopping bags. Furthermore, we should work with provinces and local spheres of government to set stronger air quality standards, monitor emissions properly, and provide incentives for investments that will lead to cleaner air and healthier communities. Dit is onaanvaarbaar dat die pragtige klein dorpie van Hartbeespoort in die Noordwes-provinsie amptelik nou die vuilste lug in Suid-Afrika het. When it comes to conservation in South Africa, this government should start taking a strong stand and making drastic changes in its strategy to combat poaching. Dit is totaal onaanvaarbaar en absoluut kommerwekkend dat 88% van die gestroopte renosters in Afrika op Suid-Afrikaanse grond plaasgevind het. Minister, stop pussyfooting around and act now. Do better, be bold and be brave. Die DA kan nie hierdie begroting ondersteun nie.
Dankie, agbare lid. NFP.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The National Freedom Party believes that the hand of the department should be strengthened through increased funding if we wish to make sustainable development a reality. Currently, our environment is being pillaged with virtual impunity. We see an increase in illegal poaching of our marine resources. In light of the environmental ills facing our country, we welcome the increase in the allocation for Program 2, which deals with the legal authorizations and compliance enforcement aspects of the department's mandate. This program needs to be expanded if the department is to intervene effectively. Honourable Chairperson, the Minister being present, I just want to express my concern on behalf of the National Freedom Party on the areas of the Bluff, Meerwent, Jacobs, Oosterville, with the high level of pollution created by these conglomerates of engines, SAPI, Mondi, Sapraf, and it appears that there is a very high level of lung infection, cancer victims in that area. So we would urge the department to do some survey or some investigation, some research into that area to see if we do have a serious problem and act accordingly. The National Freedom Party supports this.
Thank you. ANC Mutsabiseki Makubela.
Honorable House Chairperson, honorable members, may I start off by indicating that the Department of Environmental Affairs is in fact one of the high-performing departments in the country by any standards. This is evidenced by its ability to carry out all the 7 programs in pursuit of the constitutional mandate in terms of Section 24, which states that everyone has the right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being, and to have their environment protected to the benefit of present and future generations through reasonable legislative and other measures that prevent pollution and ecological degradation, promote conservation and secure ecologically sustainable development and use of natural resources while promoting justifiable economic and social development and its entities. This department has consistently managed to achieve unqualified audit opinions. This requires continuous expanding of its knowledge base to find better effective, and efficient ways of accomplishing more with less financial resources. It should be noted that this is a highly scientific department by its nature. There is a need for intensive scientific research to develop appropriate systems and programs. All this is done to fulfill our historic responsibility bequeathed upon us by the Freedom Charter that was adopted in 1955. The department's strategic priorities are geared towards the achievement of Outcome 10 and its sub-outcomes of the NDP, namely ecosystems are sustained and natural resources are used efficiently, an effective climate change mitigation and adaptation response, an environmentally sustainable low-carbon economy resulting from a well-managed just transition,
Thank
enhanced
you,
government
Honourable
systems
Member.
and capacity. We are confident that all these shall be achieved with distinction by
Thank
the
you.
ANC government. The ANC support this budget.
Thank you very much. Mchabiseke. Honorable members, I now put the vote again. Are there any objections? In light of the objections, I will put the questions. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. The ayes have it. Honorable Manzi,
Chair, please note the objection of the DA. Thank you.
the objection of the DA will be noted. I now move what do you call? Vote number 27 has been agreed to. Thank you. I now move to vote number 28, Labour. Are there any objections? Declaration of vote have been requested. I will invite the DA. Honorable Ollis. Order. Honorable whips, please assist me. It seems I can't control the noises anymore. Please. Continue, Honorable Ollis.
Thank you, Chairperson. I don't happen to believe personally in reincarnation, but when I see the Honorable Bula from the National Freedom Party, I have to wonder if we're not seeing déjà vu in this parliament. But I must ask the ANC, how much does it cost to buy an imbongi these days? A political party who comes to sing your praises. What does it cost? I noticed the APC are not here to defend you today. Did their check bounce? You know? However, let's turn to Labour. The Democratic Alliance cannot support this Labour vote for some very
Point of
specific
order, Chair.
reasons.
Will you please take your seat? Check your time. It's locked. Don't worry.
Thank you, Chair. The honourable member, who he is, what he is, I don't know.
One honourable
But he's
member,
trying to
what's your
grandstand.
point of order?
He's made an aspersion that indicating that a member is perhaps bought by the ANC asking them what is
Honourable
paid.
member, that's not a point of order. Continue, Honourable Ollis.
We cannot support the Labour vote because of a number of reasons. Number one, the failure of the Minister of Labour to run an internal disciplinary inquiry into the corruption that happened at NEDLAC and instead promoted one of the culprits. Number two, the President seems to be interfering with the Minister in the registration of the Workers' Association Union, a Labour union that does not qualify in terms of the Act to be a union, but number one has insisted that it gets registered. Number three, the service delivery failure at the UIF fund and the compensation fund, particularly with the computer system that is offline 2 days a week in every Labour centre in the country. Number three, the failure to implement any measures, Minister, to deal with strike violence in the Republic of South Africa. Number four, the illegal firing by the Minister of the Registrar of Labour Relations because Kasatu said so. The court said the Minister didn't apply her mind. Sis. Number six, the failure of the Parliamentary Labour Committee under its chairperson to hold this minister accountable. She's visited the committee once in 6 years for 13 minutes, and she answered 2 questions. That's not accountability, chairperson. You need to hold this minister to account. We've been waiting 2 years, and every time we ask, you delay, you say no, or you obfuscate. 3 months ago, you said within 3 months you will get this
Thank
minister
you
to be
very much,
accountable.
Honourable
You
Ollis.
still
Your time has
haven't.
now expired. ANC, Honourable Loliwe.
Thank you, Chair. The ANC supports this budget vote. Chair, the Minister, and Honorable Sheikh, what you must understand is that when it is full moon, all the dogs keep barking at the moon, but the moon neither loses its light nor moves a bit from its place. What we need to understand is that the African National Congress is like that moon. We are not shaken by detractors. What we understand the department to be doing is that UIF is always the best performer, and being the best performer, it has even extended its scope because there are labor activation programs that see to it that former beneficiaries as well as a particular quantity of the youth is taken through reskilling so that we break the poverty line. I'm standing here boldly to say even Compensation Fund, which is struggling, has now presented a clear program where they are going to overcome their challenges. We just want to say to our own colleagues who were just here, in the committee, we had an opportunity to engage extensively with this particular budget, and we agreed that there's progress, and also even Compensation Fund is not a red light because the new action plan is taking us somewhere. We are impressed by the commitment shown by the Department of Labor because it makes every entity be the best performer. There are clear programs. As the ANC, we are saying Siyakuba. Thank you.
Stokoze. Honorable members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections? In light of the objections, I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable Waters?
Chair, the DA calls for division.
30 minutes. The bell will be rung for 30 minutes. 30 seconds. My apologies. Thank you. Honorable members, I just want to remind you that you may only vote from your allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. Are all members in the allocated seats? The question before the House is that vote 28, Labour, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have you all voted? The voting session is now closed. Outcomes for vote 28, abstain 0, no 58, yes 211. Vote 28 has been accordingly agreed to. Honorable members, I now put vote 29, mineral resources. Are there any objections? Declaration of vote has been requested. I call upon the DA to take the podium.
We lost 10,000 mining jobs in the first quarter of this year. By some measures, that's another 100,000 South Africans who've lost a breadwinner. Mining production was down 5.5% in January, down 8.7% in February, and down a record 18% in March. the chances of saving the 32,000 at-risk mining jobs are receding. The department is highly politicized. They come and present to the committee and they say it's all the fault of low commodity prices. It ignores the industry, which says it can survive low prices, it can't survive low prices and bad laws. The minister then delivers a new version of the mining charter calling for stricter BEE. Don't worry, says the government, on being challenged for writing a suicide note for the mining industry. We'll have meetings on job losses. They have the meetings and shout at the industry, telling them not to cut jobs. There's no knowledge or understanding that half of the members of the Chamber of Mines are losing money. Why does this government think that all the big mining houses are leaving South Africa? This department doesn't stop illegal sand mining. It doesn't maintain a working cadastral system. It doesn't answer parliamentary questions properly. It doesn't keep to timelines on processing licenses. What does it do? Well, it does appear to take bribes. It does close mines for spurious reasons. It does favor BEE oligarchs over mining communities. The truth is, the ANC only cares about the jobs of its friends. All those 10,000 who lost jobs are dispensable. The ANC is morally broken, institutionally corrupt, and too lazy to learn basic economics. Any money spent on this department is money spent on destroying the mining industry, which means the life prospects of hundreds of thousands of South Africans. We will not approve 1 cent of that.
Honourable Member Zippo.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Honourable Deputy President, protocol observed. Let me start on this one. I really appreciate the fact that in Parliament we created committees. And it's always my understanding that the contributions that are made in committees, the intention is to assist to move the country forward. Now I get worried because we are talking of a department here that both the department and its entities had received unqualified audit reports. We were told sitting here that we must respect Chapter 9 institutions. The AG said they couldn't come to the committee and report to the committee about the department because the department has met all the concerns that it has raised. And today we can have people who will undermine the AG's opinion on the performance of the department. If we treat Chapter 9 institutions as institutions that must be respected, we must also treat them as equal, not on the basis of which one we prefer to dance with. I think it's important also to say this. I find it very strange because I never received a report that there's politicization of the department. I welcome it because it's reported in the House. Please give it to me. You always were open, we will take that one up. But as a strong witness, you are reporting the case in the wrong place. If you know of any bribes that are done, go to the nearest police station and report crime that has been committed. We will support you on that one. Lastly, I think I must speak to the African National Congress and say, as the African National Congress, we've got a task to provide leadership, to govern in the best interest of the nation. Nothing else will guide the African National Congress except to focus on the task at hand. Thank you very much. We support the budget, obviously.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now put vote number 29, mineral resources. Are there any objections? There are objections. I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye, and those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, the DA calls for a division. Thank you.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 30 seconds.
Order, honorable members. I'd like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate that their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that vote 29 be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Order, honorable members. Authorized votes to vote is 399. The yes is 207, no 58, abstain 0. The yes have won the vote. The vote is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote 30, Science and Technology. Are there any objections? Declarations have been called for. I now ask the DA to make that declaration.
Agbare voorsitter, reg oor die wêreld is dit slim en vooruitskouende nasies wat grootliks investeer in navorsing, innovasie en hoër onderwys. Hierdie nasionale beleggingsstrategie begryp 'n fundamentele waarheid oor die toekomstige voorspoed en ekonomiese groei van 'n land. Hierdie lande besef dat navorsing en innovasie sentraal staan tot nasionale ekonomiese krag, werkskepping en globale mededingendheid. Chairperson, this is the kind of approach to R&D and innovation that should play an important role in government and funding priorities, given the major problems we have in this country in terms of economic growth. We've also had to deal with the devastating reality that we now have 8.9 million people who are unemployed. And the tragic part of this is that our youth are the worst affected. This alone, besides all the other problems, should make science and technology and the budget of science and technology a priority up there with education and health. But, Chairperson, the budget for the department has been decreased by 6.86%. The Cabinet has also approved reductions of 414 million in 3 critical programs, and this should let the alarm bells ring. The entities are struggling. It's getting worse for them. They are struggling to get funding for the research, and now they also have to cope with an additional cut of 414 million and a salary cut of 52.9 million over the medium term. The current budget creates tremendous challenges for the department, and this budget is proof that the ANC government just does not get the role of and the importance of science and technology and innovation. However, the DA will support this budget.
Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me start off by saying, Honorable Chairperson, the former member from the Democratic Alliance who referred to me as Mr. Bulla, another Bulla, it appears that smacks of racism because he referred to me as Mr. Bulla because Mr. Bulla is an Indian origin like myself. But I'm not surprised at the racism by the Democratic Alliance. And the other member who commented earlier on seems to be an expert on that part of the human body. He seems to be using it extensively. Honorable Chairperson, Let me thank the Minister of Science and Technology for the compassion and the support
Order.
that you have given the President of the National Freedom Party, VZ Magwaza Msibi. Indeed, we are very grateful. Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson, the Department of Science and Technology is indeed, under the leadership of the Honorable Minister, is doing a fantastic job. Let us all admit that. We regret the decrease in the allocation, and we hope that in the next financial year that we will actually appropriate much more money for the kind of work you are performing and doing in your department. We want to also encourage a process in the school curriculum to encourage learners to take up science and maths, which is very, very important. And we believe that there is a process in place, but we need to actually accelerate that. Honorable Chairperson, the National Freedom Party believes that with the Department of Science and Technology, the kind of work they are doing, with the limited budget that they have, that we should actually be supporting this budget, and accordingly, the National Freedom Party supports it. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo, mme na le diphanda. The ANC support the budget vote. We all agree that the Department of Science and Technology is underfunded. But it doesn't mean that we must not pass the budget. Let's pass the budget to produce more human capital to innovation and continue with the passion, because that is what is driving the ANC government. As ANC, we agree that the budget must go through. And we all know, including the left-hand side, that since the Department of Science and Technology operated under this democratic government, we have achieved a lot. We've got many black children and white with PhDs and masters. So that is a big achievement. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. I now put vote 31, small business development. Are there any objections? There are objections and declarations having been called for. I'll now ask the DA to make that declaration.
Chairperson, this department can rightly be accused of fiddling while South Africa burns. The DA will support all efforts and money spent on policies and programs that deliver real, measurable and positive returns. The Department of Small Business Development does not yet demonstrate these returns, therefore we cannot support the budget. Minister Zulu's announcement on Friday to the Standing Committee on Appropriations that she has initiated a review of government funding for small businesses is an admission that all is not rosy in this department and small business development in general. Is this recognition at last that unemployment of 8.9 million people is a national disaster, Deputy President? CIFA's performance shows consistently and worryingly high levels of loan impairments, while its job-creating impact is woefully short of what the economy needs to make a significant dent on the economy. CEDA, which consumes half the department's budget, is unable to report on the impact of its R500 million expenditure. All it can report is how many businesses it supported in its various programs. This crucial information missing from both CIFA and CEDA's budget, as well as the department's budget as a whole, is the impact of their beneficiary performance in real, tangible things, like new enterprises formed, turnover and profits generated, taxes paid, new products developed, patents registered, export earnings achieved, jobs created, salaries paid, and so on. And this information must track each beneficiary over time so that the long-term impact of financing can be assessed. Until this is done, it will be impossible to say whether Minister Zulu's department is spending money wisely. Other shortcomings of the budget are the inadequate provisions for red tape reduction. The strategic review of the department released in November put this as a top priority, though to date the department has not recognized this. For these reasons, the DA cannot support this budget.
Order,
I thank you.
Honourable Member, your time is up. Honourable Pengu.
Honorable Chairperson, the ANC supports budget vote number 31. We believe that the Department of Small Business Development is very important for radical economic transformation. The budget will develop small businesses and cooperatives. Those who commercialize the misery of poor people by renting them and transporting them in trucks designed to transport animals and goods, will not support this budget because it will liberate the poor from the shackles of poverty. Lapha ngiphethe umkhiqizo, nangu umkhiqizo wesivuno. Inkampani le yomndeni wakamchunu eFonlis kwaZulu Natal endaweni yasemakhaya. Kugaywa usoya beans, kuhlanganiswe no carrot nekabish no anyanis. Le nkampani le izokwenza ukuthi laba batshalayo bazuze ngokuthumela kuyona ukuthi processor inkampani yokuqala yabantu abamnyama eprocessa ukudla. Abezpaza shop bazokwazi ukuthenga kubantu bakubo bakwazi ukufoma wabo ama cooperatives azoba ama distribution centers aba imali jikeleze kumuntu omnyama wase South Africa. Laba ke abathi abayisupport le budget ingoba phela abafuni kuphume iqatha emlonyeni. Phela bajwayele ukudla bodwa.
Siyabonga
bengabokufika kuleli
sesiphelile
lizwe. Siyayisupporta le budget.
I put to the vote again. Are there any objections? I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye, and those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, the DA calls for division. Thank you.
Order. A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 30 seconds. Order. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain button. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that the vote for small business development be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no, and those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Voting is now closed. The results of the vote are as follows: yes 207, no 57, and there are no abstentions. I do realize that honorable members really would like to spend more time here, so Minister of Finance, I hope since your sugar tax have not started, members can have sweets to lift their energy levels with the acceptance of the Honorable Minister of Health. I now put vote 32 Telecommunications and Postal Services. Are there any objections to the vote? There being objections, I now call for the declarations, the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. This budget is big on promises, small on delivery, and completely at odds with Minister Pravin Gordhan's direction to stop borrowing what you can't repay. At a conservative estimate, 69 billion rand is needed just to effectively fund the SA Connect and the broadcast digital migration programs over the next 3 years. But with a 0.6% economic growth, the state can't fund this. But public-private partnerships, as outlined in the National Development Plan, can. Minister Gordhan said, and I quote, "The report of the Presidential Review Commission on State-Owned Entities notes our infrastructure financing requirements are huge and require effective co-funding arrangements between state-owned companies and other investors. Yet there are no public-private partnerships or other private sector incentives in this budget that, if applied, can help deliver the much-needed communications infrastructure in urban and rural areas." 2 years ago, Minister Cwele said the government would meet the June 2015 deadline for switching on digital terrestrial television and switching off analog. That's now been postponed to 2020. A year ago, Minister Cwele said SAPA would lose only 102 million rand this year. Instead, it lost a massive 1.5 billion. Now we're asked to believe it'll show a profit in 2018, but only with the help in billions more in taxpayer bailouts. No PPPs in sight here. There's no information on NEMISA and Broadband Infraco, but we must accept that all's well and just sign a blank check. Honourable Killian of the National Party, of COPE, of the ANC, dis die hele NP caucus partytjie wat hier sit, bemoaned the fact that the DA hasn't supported a single telecommunications budget. She's right, and here's another reason why. Every stakeholder in the National ICT Forum have all said the same thing. Telecommunications and communications should never have been split into two ministries. Given this unnecessary, pointless and wasteful split, we've lost faith. We do not support this budget.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. The ANC support the budget vote. Honourable Mackenzie of ANCO, by the way, DA. Funding of SA Connect has been clearly outlined in terms of the issue of funding in terms of private partnership incentives. It is very clear because it's following, Minister has been following what Minister Pravin Gordhan has said. There is no funding, therefore they have found a mechanism to solve the problem. So I don't understand what you are looking for, because it's in the document. Oh, by the way, the same way you misunderstood the chair to be the other one, I think you have made a wrong mistake again, where you said NEMISA's chair was somebody who was still there. Now you said somebody else. BDM project does not belong to telecommunication. It belongs to DOC. Minister Mutambi is the one who's responsible. So now you are asking issues which belong to another portfolio to another one. Now, I'm not so sure if you've looked at the right portfolio. You've looked at the right budget to start with to be here. Unfortunately, Honourable Member, I would like to refer you back to the right budget, the right appropriation bill, and the report so that you can make a valuable input, because this one is really out because you followed the wrong one. On SAPO, it's very clear. The plans are exactly what we have recommended. Previously, we've said go and reconsider the funds that are there, go reconsider the mechanism. We've said that as a committee, let's support SAPO in terms of business, not only in terms of bailout. And that's the plan on the turnaround strategy. I'm not so sure what you are referring to right now. So it shows clearly, Honorable Mackenzie, that you've not really done your homework this time. Apologies, I really understand it's very late at night. Possibly you have been affected by the sugar levels. Let's see you next time. Thank you.
Order, honorable members, I now put the vote again. Are there any objections to the vote? There being objections, I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye, and those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, the DA calls for division. Thank you.
A division having been called, the bells are going to be rung for 30 seconds. Order, honorable members, I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that the vote be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button, and those against no, and those who wish to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Voting is now closed. The results are as follows. Yes, 200. No, 56. Abstain, 6. The vote is accordingly agreed to. We now move to vote 33, tourism. Are there any objections? No. However, declarations have been called for. I'll now ask for the DA to make their declaration.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Against the backdrop of prolonged strikes in other key sectors and economic downturns, tourism is the only major industry bucking the trend. Therefore, Madam Chair, the DA supports this budget vote because we believe that tourism has the ability to create jobs for the 8.9 million unemployed South Africans. Therefore, Madam Chair, the mere fact that tourism takes place does not imply that the money trickles down to the poor. Our debate must focus on actions required to deal with the current discourse between tourism and poverty alleviation. We need real measures to ensure that tourism does reduce poverty. Now, Madam Chair, turning to the international sector, the truth of the matter is that the visa requirements are still proving to be a very serious obstacle for people wanting to visit our country, and the impact on our economy is severe. Just imagine if these regulations were subjected to any regulatory impact assessments prior to implementations, we could have avoided these disastrous consequences. And I'm saying this, Madam Chair, because presently, on average, 40 people a day are still being turned away from traveling to South Africa because continued confusion surrounding the requirement for the unabridged birth certificate for minors traveling to our country. And I'm quoting statistics received from the SAA. So, Madam Chair, the solution is to scrap the unabridged birth certificate and implement electronic visas. These measures will streamline tourist facilitation to our country. But for every 12 international tourists visiting South Africa, 1 job is created. So in the end, Madam Chair, given the job losses in the mining and manufacturing sectors, we need tourism to keep South Africans working. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngobo.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Ukhongolose uyaluxhasa losabelo mali lwe-tourism. Ulixhasa kakhulukazi ngoba kuyaqala ngqa kwi-tourism ukuthi ifike ku-2 billion soloku ikhona eSouth Africa. Uphinde ulixhasa ngoba i-tourism njengoba eshilo ongaphesha komfula ukuthi lapho umnotho ulele ngesisu i-tourism yawuphakamisa. Lokho okunye akushoyo siyazi ukuthi i-IMC ibekiwe ukuthi ibhekele lezo zimo esasilele ngakho ke singukhongolose siyalixhasa isabelo mali se-tourism. Ngiyabonga.
Ngiyabonga, lunga elihloniphekile. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? No objections. Vote 33, tourism has been agreed to. I now put vote 34, trade and industry. Are there any objections? There are declarations that have been requested. I now ask the member of the Democratic Alliance to make his declaration.
Honourable House Chair, in objectively assessing this department's budget, we must assess it using the following 3 critical criteria. Firstly, economic growth. Whilst the international community and the general worldwide economic climate have been used as an excuse to explain the South African stunted growth, the fact remains that our country has slid from the largest economy in Africa to the 3rd largest. Our neighbours have all faced similar challenges, yet they have grown and we have shrunk. The department has failed in its role to help grow our economy. Secondly, it is common cause that too little progress has been made in transforming the economy through the constructive interventions needed to reduce the gap between the different demographic groups in South Africa. Despite this, the department remains focused on applying policies aimed at empowering a few chosen elite, rather than ensuring the upliftment and empowerment of the broader community of ordinary South Africans. The department has failed in its role here too. Thirdly, living without employment or living in poverty remains the ultimate violation of human rights and dignity. This department has failed to aid in growing our economy. More must be done to aid and promote business to enable them to employ the 8.9 million South Africans who are unemployed. Failure in this regard means our country fails, and the fundamental economic reforms we need to implement to take South Africa forward cannot be implemented. This budget shows no fundamental changes from the previous failed budgets. We cannot support a budget which fails the economy, a budget which does not support empowerment of the broader South Africans, and we cannot support a budget that fails to enable the creation of jobs to give dignity to all South Africans. The DA votes against this budget, destined to fail South Africa.
Honourable member from the IFP.
Madam Chair, if you imagine F&B or Ellis Park Rugby Stadium crammed to the brim with 70,000 people, and now imagine 5 stadiums put together, that's the magnitude of the drop in employment in South Africa in just the first 3 months of this year. And if you multiply those 350,000 new jobless people by 5 dependents each, which is a conservative estimate, you have the real figure of 1.7 million people in 3 months needing welfare assistance. Through special zones and other measures, government desperately wants to create new jobs, but these intentions are crippled by policies and practices that were designed to achieve other political ends. Until we can wipe away those, we won't see any meaningful shift in the unemployment rate, and we will be failing the people of this country. The IFP supports this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The ANC.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. South Africans, the ANC supports this bold, decisive budget. It is a program of action by the Minister of Trade and Industry, Dr. Rob Davies, the DG Lionel October and his team, driving a faster, more inclusive economic growth. There is the Industrial Policy Action Plan, instruments of procurement, beneficiation of minerals, manufacturing, value chain, and all of this will cut dependence. And we've been able then through this to overcome the downward pressures on price, on our commodity prices. And we will use this platform to leverage the economic capacity of both the private and the public sector. This 10.3 billion budget of the DTI will create an enabling environment to facilitate investment and job creation. Billions have come in the country, and one of the remarkable programs has been the auto sector, which has drawn in so much investment. As a matter of fact, this is the country of choice for investors. We are globally number 10. Number 10. Yes, and to all of those who were telling me that, oh, we're going to drop, etc., DTI's budget will do what it's expected to do, grow employment and the economy. But just to say one other thing, the National Regulator for Compulsory Services, we will not allow them to be pressured to open up the floodgates to substandard goods. Not under our watch, no, because we want to protect consumers and our people. And finally, let me say this. We are creating 10 special industrial zones in former homelands, the depressed areas. So we're not forgetting
Order, Honourable
anyone.
Member, your
And
time is
the
up.
ANC supports this budget. Thank you.
Order, Honourable Members. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? If there are objections as they are, I now put the questions. Those in favor will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, the DA calls for division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 30 seconds. Order, honourable members. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain button. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that the vote 34, Trade and Industry, be agreed to. Are all members on their allocated seats? Are all members on their allocated seats? I can see one member still moving about of the DA. Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press no. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Voting is now closed. The results of the vote are as follows. The yes 210, no 55, and there are no abstentions. Vote 34, Trade and Industry, is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote 35, Transport. Are there any objections? Objections have been indicated and declarations have been requested. I now ask the Democratic Alliance to make their declaration.
Madam House Chair, it's quite clear the lack of leadership and presence from the Minister, as she's evidently not here, and the disappointing lack of guidance expected from the DOT has led to a despondent situation in the transport sector. Most of the programs are concept-driven instead of completion-driven. Sporadic new ideas now has to make up for serious seismic deficiencies. Only 4 of the 12 entities can financially survive without being bailed out from time to time. The DA's decision not to support Budget 35 on transport is based on the following factors. 1, no sense of urgency. The majority of progress reports are cluttered with excuses like extended public participation. How can this be? 2, a sense of reality. No entity presented their strategic and annual performance plans with regard for physical constraints. We're entering seemingly under the impression that this is a temporary in nature and that some big brother, DOT or Treasury will bail them out. The cost of employment in our public service nationwide is close to costing 500 billion, which is unsustainable. Yet, 8.9 million people remain unemployed with the government doing nothing about it. No sense of consequence. Where procurement and tender inaccuracies happen, the dust settles with little effort afterwards, after this capital recovery. Worst of all, new policies on prevention land in the bottom drawer. No sense of concern. The reaction from leadership on uncovering corruption and fraud demonstrates a greater regret for being discovered than for the crime itself. And confusion. Former prioritized projects simply disappear from one financial year to the other. An example of this is the single transport economic regulator. I thank you.
Honourable Member of the IFP.
Honourable House Chair, the impact of e-tolls on road users that cannot afford is shocking. E-tolling is harming the poor and working class, who are already struggling with the higher cost of living in South Africa. During the public hearing on e-tolls, it was made loud and clear all parties at the meeting did not want e-tolls. The public outcry was defending and still will have e-tolls. ANC Gauteng chairperson, Mashatile, even said, I quote, "Government agencies must know they do not run this country, we do. Sandram cannot tell us what to do, we will tell them what to do." He said this, he was being chair, ANC was unpinted in this opposition to e-tolling. Even the ANC in Gauteng does not want e-tolling, yet we have e-tolling. Our roads are paid for other means. E-toll money collected are sent overseas. The IP feels strongly that e-tolls must be reconsidered and a user pay system be used. This system is functioning in South Africa, they do well, and we have all used them. E-toll must fall, and as they must have never been implemented. Honourable Minister, what system have you put in place to curb the horrified car crash on our roads? Tragic and horrific crashes on our roads and are not being arrested. And it seems to be getting worse. Drunken driving, reckless driving and our road with vehicles are not helping. We as the IP want to see more visible policing on our roads. Inhlangano yenkulu yekata yenkululeko iyayixhasa le hlahlomali.
NFP. Order, honourable members.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. The National Freedom Party supports this budget. Honourable House Chair, you know, we talk of fraud, we talk about corruption, but I again see the high level of hypocrisy. 113.5 million rand. That is what the Western Cape High Court judge said the Democratic Alliance has been responsible in corruption in the Western Cape. 113.5 million. Now, let me also talk about the soccer stadium. Corruption again. Let me talk about the Bloberg area with regard to the bus route. Corruption again. Now, can you sit here and talk about corruption? You talk about fraud. You're responsible, involved in drugs. You're involved in fraud. You're involved in corruption. You're involved in poor service delivery. And then you talk, you want to give you are giving South Africans a better future. What future are you giving the people? Now, this is hypocrisy on the part of the Democratic Alliance. Now, let me tell you what it is. Honorable Chairperson, with regards to the issue of transport, we find that many of these accidents are caused in the early hours of the morning. And we believe it is not necessarily as a cause of speeding, but fatigue where drivers fall off to sleep at the early hours of the morning. And I think some legislation must be put in to control that, to protect our people on the road. The other challenge we have is with regards to, if you take the Western Cape, and Cape Town in particular, and if you take the motorcyclists, they are reckless in the mornings, especially in the mornings and late in the afternoon. Going through the traffic, not even following rules. We need to put in some legislations in order to protect our road users. So this is generally the challenge. But my colleagues here must get their act together, Honorable Chairperson. You can't be corrupt and call somebody else corrupt. You can't be stealing and saying somebody else is stealing.
Order. Honorable Member, your
Thank you,
time is
Honorable
up.
Chairperson. The National Freedom Party supports this budget.
Order. Order. Honorable Member. Order, honorable members. Can we allow Honorable Sbusiso to give his declaration?
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The African National Congress indeed support the budget. As we continue as South Africa to produce job opportunities through the rolling stock, how to produce 8,000 jobs direct and 33,000 indirect jobs that we continue to produce. Indeed, Honorable Chairperson, since 1994, South Africa is continuing to introduce roads even into the rural areas.
Order, honorable
we continue
members, can
to
we please
provide.
Speak lower.
We continue to provide big, safer roads that can be able to be accessible to everybody. For example, if you can go to the Eastern Cape, the road is now bigger, can be able to be accessed by everybody else. Indeed, we also want to assure our communities there that we are doing our utmost best to ensure that Moloto Road becomes a seeable so that all our lives can be able to be safe. Indeed, at the current moment, we also agree that traffic officers should be able to work for 24 hours so that they can be able to make sure that our roads are much more safer. We must also ensure that we congratulate RSR, AXA, ATNS, SACA, and RAF, that the high performance that they did in getting the clean audits, that they can be able to do a better job. And indeed, RAF has made sure that it assists our own rural areas when people are coming to claim for their money, to cut the middlemen, which are the lawyers that are always eating the money for the poor. Now the poor, they're going to get their money direct. Indeed, Chair, there's something that is that is shocking with this opposition party. They've just learned to get a bigger virus. The virus of them, the virus is the opposing of all budgets, something that they've never done it before. So they decided to be copycats, go and copy from the red overalls. Probably they're going to come and wear blue overalls in the house.
Honorable member, your time
support
is
the
up.
budget.
Point of order.
Order, honorable member.
There's no going backwards from being the Mampara of the week, but we actually have supported budgets today. We haven't opposed every single budget. The tourism budget is one example. So the honourable member is misleading the House and living up to the moniker that the Sunday Times gave.
Order, honorable member. Thank you very much. I've noted your concern. Order, honorable Choke.
Chairperson, is it parliamentary that a member of the DA says that we are not stealing, we are taking? Is it parliamentary? That member there.
Honorable member, I will have to check on that one and come back to you.
Okay.
Order, I now put the vote again. Are there any objections? I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, the DA calls for a division. Thank you very
A
much.
division having been called, the bells will be rung for 30 seconds. Order, honorable members. I'd like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their votes by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that vote 35, transport, be agreed to. Are all members on their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press yes, and those against should press no, and those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Voting is now closed. The results are as follows: yes, 212, no, 55, abstain, 0. The vote is accordingly agreed to. We now move to vote 36, water and sanitation. I now put vote 36, water and sanitation. Are there any objections? A declaration has been requested. I now ask the DA to make their declaration.
Chairperson, the mandate of the Department of Water and Sanitation is set out in the National Water Act. This ensures that the country's water resources are protected, managed, used and controlled to deliver effective water supply and sanitation. This is done in accordance with the requirements of the water policies and legislation that is critical for the delivering of the people's right to have access to sufficient food and water, transforming the economy and eradicating poverty. Chairperson, let's measure this department's performance to this mandate. 84% of sewer plants are in critical risk, high risk or medium risk. Millions of untreated or inadequately treated sewer are illegally discharged into our rivers and streams every day. 63.4 billion per year shortfall in the funding of infrastructure to avoid a full-scale water crisis over the next 4 years. 627 towns and 47 dams ran out of water. Political interference stopped the raising of the Clamwilliam Dam by the department's construction unit. The completion of the bucket eradication program are shifting from 1 year to the next, despite the minister's commitment that it would have been completed by December 2015. Once again, like in the Cuban appointments, it seems that the desalination agreement with Iran is more important to the ANC government than creating jobs for the 8.9 million South Africans by using local companies. In conclusion, National Treasury indicated that this department is the worst when it comes to the spending of the allocated funds. The DA does not support this budget.
The IFP.
Thank you, House Chair. Department budget rollovers continue to rob our people of service delivery. All over the country, we see infrastructure backlogs, breakdowns in infrastructure, and slow, almost stagnant rollout of new services. Budget rollovers are depriving our people of this prime and essential basic services.
Order,
Better planning,
honorable members.
accountability, and oversight is what is urgently required, Honorable Minister. Then in respect of our livestock and their access to water, South Africa is now in its 5th consecutive year of drier than average weather. Our livestock are suffering and dying due to lack of access to water. Drinking water in the provinces for animals remains a matter of grave concern, and in this regard, we suggest the development of animal watering holes adjacent to dams be built in this respect. I thank you.
Thank you. NFP.
Thank you,
honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The National Freedom Party supports this budget. Let me start off by saying, Honorable Chairperson, that when somebody say we're not stealing, we're taking, that is their understanding. That is what we've been doing all along. We've been stealing, and so we say we've been taking. Let me go on to say, let us never be fooled by a clean audit. It is how you manipulate the system to show that you've got a clean audit. That is what is important.
Honorable member. Honorable Sheikh Imam. Honorable
I would like to
Stanathan.
establish if the member of the NFP would be prepared to take a question.
Order. Honorable Sheikh Imam would
If I
like
have
to take
time
question.
after I'm finished, Honorable Chairperson.
He said if he has time, continue, Honorable Member.
Honorable Chairperson, since a lot of them come here to do grandstanding, let me do some grandstanding too. The National Freedom Party, which co-governs with the African National Congress in Zululand, if you want to see water and sanitation delivery, go there and see for yourself. You know, Honorable Chairperson, I received a call from Khomagas in the Northern Cape, where a DA councillor is. For 1 week, the people of Khomagas had no water to drink, to shower, or nothing at all. Just one email to the Minister of Water and Sanitation and one message, one phone call to the gift of the givers. There was 100,000 liters of water delivered there.
Order.
Four boreholes were drilled immediately.
Order.
And animal feed was provided to the farmers as well.
Honorable Sheikh Imam, can you take your seat? Order, Honorable Member, what is the point of order?
Chairperson, I want to establish whether the Honourable Sheikh Imam has ever been to Zululand, because there's no water. He's misleading the House.
Order.
Has he ever been to Zululand?
Order.
There's no water there.
Order. Honorable members. Honorable members, can I remind you again of the rules of the House? If a member wants to ask a member a question, you go through the chair. That having not been done, I would allow the member to continue. Honorable Sheikh Imam, can you continue?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I have indeed been to Zululand. I've been there many a times, and I can assure you we are at work. There is no doubt about that. Honorable Chairperson, let me add.
Honorable Sheikh Imam, can you take your seat? Honorable Member.
Will the Honourable Member please take a question?
Order. I think Honorable Imam has indicated to the Chief Whip of the DA that he will take a question when he has time. Okay. And he only has 23 minutes now, 23 seconds. I think we should allow him to finish his declaration like everybody else. Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Honorable Chairperson, I just want to make a suggestion to the Department of Water and Sanitation. These pipes that we are using on a daily basis to provide water to the poorest of the poor in the country seem to be coming from India, China, and America. And I think together with trade and industry, we need to work together to be able to create an industry in the country where we can produce this thing, create jobs, but also create our own
Order,
pipes.
Honorable Member.
Honorable Chairperson, the National Freedom Party supports this.
The ANC.
Chairperson, the ANC supports the 15.2 billion rand budget vote number 36. This is a budget vote that seeks to increase the number of South Africans' access to clean water and dignified sanitation.
Honorable members. Honorable members, you have got a speaker on the podium. Honorable members of the DA, Honorable members,
This is a budget that seeks to increase the number of South Africans' access to clean water and dignified sanitation and improve their lives for the better. This talks to the people of Khayelitsha. This budget talks to the people of Mitchell's Plain, of Seshego, of Nandoni, of Ilembe, all having rights enshrined in our constitution to such basic services. Fellow South Africans, we want you to know that DA is hypocritical. They want your votes, but don't want your lives to be improved for the better. Hence, more black DA members are joining the ANC. A case in point for your information, as of tomorrow, one of the provincial leaders of DA is going to leave DA and join the ANC. This is to be taking the dream away of getting to capture the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. Fellow South Africans, on the 3rd of August, continue to vote for your liberator, the ANC, towards a steady improvement of our people's life for the better. Once again, I repeat, as of tomorrow, a black leader of DA in one province is going to join the ANC. Mark my word. That is shaming on you who continue to be racist forever. You have been exposed. You are hypocritical. The people of South Africa have now gotten to know who you are. You are exposed once again. Thank you, Chair.
Order, honorable member.
Chairperson.
Yes, honorable member, what's the point of order?
I'm rising, Chair, because the standoff that we saw in the House earlier after Imam has spoken by the DA need to be addressed, because that is a pure intimidation. It cannot be allowed in the House that...
Thank you, honorable member, for bringing that to my attention. Order. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, can we please be in order? I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye, and those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, the DA calls for division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 30 seconds. At this rate, I may just call for the bells to be rung for 1 minute, for 1 second. All of you are here, you don't need to go anywhere. Do I get a war for 1 second? 5 seconds? Order, honorable members. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the yes, no, or the abstain button. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Voting is closed. The result of the vote are as follows. The yes, 213, no, 58, abstain, 0. The vote on water and sanitation have been accordingly agreed to. I now put vote 37. Are there any objections? Declarations of vote have been requested. I would like to call upon the Democratic Alliance.
Achtbare voorzitter, ek wil net die vorige spreker Sheikh Imam net sê dat hy moet nie die DA blameer vir 'n swak beheerde ANC munisipaliteit nie. The DA wants to see South Africa working. The budget allocated for the Mzansi golden economy.
Point of order.
Order, honourable member, can you take your seat? Honourable member, what's the
House
point
Chair,
of
I'm
order?
sorry to do this to you again, but the honourable member by the pillar there is again now shouting sellout, despite being warned earlier by the House Chair.
Order.
My member was asked to move
Order,
the word,
honourable members.
My member was forced to withdraw the word "gatkruiper." I would say to you that sellout is far more offensive. And I would ask you to again caution the member who's deliberately now defying an earlier request from the chair.
Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. I think we all would like to have this process finished as early as we can. And can we please be respectful of one another and not use language that is unbecoming and that is offensive? Can I appeal to you again? Can you make the role of the chair easier so that I can regulate the functioning of this House? Honourable member, you may proceed.
Madam House Chair, I respect your ruling, but I do want to point out that when it's a member of the opposition like the Honourable Redling-Hayes, he's forced to withdraw. Why are ANC MPs allowed to say what they like in the House and they're not forced to withdraw? It's not acceptable. If that honourable member had the courage, she would stand up and say that, admit to what she has said in this House. This is really not fair.
Honourable members.
Chair.
Who is the member that actually... Order. Honourable member.
I'm just wondering, Chair, that the blue overalls, are they talking to me? Because I never said anything. I said Selina, so I don't know what they're talking about.
Order, honourable members. Who is the member at the back who actually said sellout? Order, honourable member. I will ask the whips of the ANC to actually check for me and then report. Order, honourable member.
Chairperson.
Yes, honourable member.
I can describe.
Waters.
She's got a pink top on, sitting next to a gentleman.
Honourable Manana.
There. Yes, there we go.
Honourable Manana. Honourable Manana, can you please stand up? Did you say the name as it is referred to? Honourable Manana. Can you please go to the mic? Order, honourable member. Order, honourable member. You can't do the wrong as well. Honourable member. There has been an allegation that you mentioned the name sellout from the back to the speaker on the podium.
No, House Chairperson.
Can you take a seat? Honourable members, again, can I please appeal to all of us? Can I please appeal to all of us that we treat these proceedings in the manner in which we should? Can honourable member proceed?
Honourable Chair, the DA wants to see South Africa working. The budget allocated for the Mzansi golden economy is wholly inadequate to create the 30,000 jobs envisaged. Hence, economic development and the so-called radical economic transformation will simply not happen. Although libraries are being built, South Africa is not reading, as these libraries remain ill-resourced. Why? because monies are not spent. The lack of leadership in PANCEL to oversee the implementation of the language policies has led to language revolutions at our institutions of learning. Achtbare voorsitter, ek wil dit aan die achtbare minister voorhou, dat sy departement weinig doen om nasiebou en maatskaplike kohesie te bevorder. Hierdie plan is nie uitgestippel in sy begrotingsdebat nie. Die DA derhalwe ondersteun nie hierdie begroting nie. Ek dank u.
Thank you, the ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ANC support this budget because it supports outcome 14. The department and its entities will ensure that social cohesion, nation building, and promotion of our national identity are high on our agenda. This budget will also create employment through Mzansi Golden Economy by sending more artists in our schools and also expand on the implementation of the Liberation Heritage Road, which will seek to honor those who sacrificed their life in the liberation of our country. By creating, we will also make sure that this budget creates more monuments in honor of these gallant fighters. This budget, Chairperson, will make sure that our country hold community conversation, which the process of healing of the wounds of the past is strengthened. We will also make sure that, Chairperson, in honoring those who sacrifice for us to be liberated, and especially those Honorable Groot Boom, he was with in the struggle, even though that is sitting on the left, are honored. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, honorable members. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? I now put the questions. Those in favor will say aye, and those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, would you please note the objection of the DA? Thank you.
The objection of the DA is noted. The vote is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote 38 human settlement. Are there any objections? A declaration having been requested, I will ask the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me say at the outset, the DA objects to this budget. We do so because we believe that the people of South Africa deserve more than just empty promises from the minister. We object because this budget does not address the corruption in the allocation of houses or the problem of the waiting lists. This budget does nothing more than pay lip service to the upgrading of informal settlements. Even after 22 years of democracy, our people continue to live in squalor in the informal settlements with no hope of change anytime soon, keeping millions of South Africans trapped in poverty, Minister. This budget does little to address the upgrading of hostels. This budget continues to allow provinces to waste money in the name of rectification projects, money which could well be spent on more worthwhile projects. Very little is done to hold contractors who are guilty of shoddy work accountable. This budget does very little to create jobs to alleviate the suffering of the 8.9 million unemployed South Africans. We object to this budget as the ANC have stopped caring about our people. Why is the ANC still building houses according to the apartheid spatial plans? Why is the ANC not enriching our people by giving them the title deeds to their homes? Why, I ask you, the DA does not support this budget. Thank you.
The IFP.
House Chair, the IFP do support the budget, but the Department of Human Settlement is failing to plan according to needs of those who living in formal settlement and those who are living in precarious dwellers and those who are living in hostels. The minister has said that by 2019, the department will build 1.5 million houses for those that need. This is not achievable, surely. Development of housing is in decline in South Africa. What system is the honorable minister using
Order,
to
honorable
implement
members.
and see this dream come true? The department is failing to provide title deeds timelessly as there is a backlog in the system. Owners are struggling to sell their houses because they do not have title deeds. How is this going to be resolved? There is a sufficient monitoring in place for the sales of RDP houses. There is a concern that the RDP houses are not being sold back to government, and houses are even being sold before the 8-year time period to sell the property. Why is there no system in place to monitor this? Our people are sitting landless and homeless because of lack of system that are less electoral system of properties. I thank you.
Thank you. The NFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Let me once again talk about service delivery, and now we're talking about houses. We're talking about we caring, but you're building 62 houses when there's 400,000 people in Cape Town looking for houses. And you're saying to me that you are caring about the people. There are people looking, 400,000 families looking for us, but you sell a land in Sea Point in an irregular manner. Irregular manner. You sell this land for a school. And you're saying to me you care about the people. Maybe what I need my colleagues to do is join me. Let's go for a drive to Heinz Park, to Philippi, to Kailicha, to Menenberg, to Hanover Park, and see the conditions under which our people are living. Then come back and tell me that you care about the poorest of the poor. You certainly don't. Honorable Chairperson, one of the issues I believe that we need to address in terms of pricing, especially in the Western Cape. This foreign investment into property in the Western Cape has had dire effects on the lives of our people in this province especially. With these pounds and these dollars and what they pay for these for prices of the houses in Cape Town, it is just not affordable for any man on the street or woman to be able to buy a house in this place. And I think something must be done to protect our people. Honorable Chairperson, the National Freedom Party want to also recommend, given the fact that we have limited budget, maybe we need to now enter into some kind of agreement with private institutions and banks and force that agreement we got with the 4 or 5 major banks to ensure that they give credit facilities to all the poorest of the poor so that they can all engage in buying their own houses than rather all of us being dependent on the state as well. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The National Freedom Party supports
Thank you, Honorable Member, the ANC. Order, Honorable Members. Order. Honorable Members, can we please allow the Speaker on the podium to make her declaration?
Enkosi sihlalo wendlu umbutho wesizwe ukhongoloze iAfrican National Congress iluxhasa ngokupheleleyo ohlahlo lwabiwomali lo kuhlaliswa kwabantu oluzizigidigidi eziphaya kuma-30. Phofu esithi xa sijonga siyikomiti sifumanise into yoba iiphesenti eziphaya kuma-97 ziya emaphondweni nakoomasipala abambaxa. Sithi ke ngoku sawujonga sifumanise into yobana iminyaka 3 ilandelelana apha kule dolophu kuthiwa liKapa abayisebenzisi le mali bayigqibe sibanika yona. Iminyaka 3 yalandelelana. Kodwa iminyaka ngeminyaka abantu balapha eKapa bahlala ebugqwayibeni. Abantu balapha eKapa kufuneka urhulumente lo unikele Kapa imali ibe nguye obaleka emva kwabo elungisela labantu baseKapa kuba abasebenzisa imali kwezi ndawo zabantu abamnyama kuba kaloku bona bahlele eBishop's Court nakwezi ndawo zimnandi eConstantia. Sithi ke ngoku kulula kuba ukuthi abayixhasi le budget kuba kaloku number 1 le title deeds bathetha ngazo bathi asiziniki zisuka ekubeni zange sizinikwe thina abantu bamnyama ngexesha lobandlululo. ezi hostele bathetha ngazo zakhiwa ngabo silungisa zona ngoku bazoma basixelela uba abaluxhasi oluxhoxelo babiyamali siyaluhlasa ke thina ke kuba siyazi ukuba lutshintsha impilo zabantu boMzantsi Afrika siyaluxhasa ke thina kuba siyazi into ba abantu boMzantsi Afrika bayazi into bana le department yenza impilo zabo zibe ngcono yiyo lonto beza kuthina ngomhla wesithathu kaAugust bahambe baye kuvotela lo mbutho kuba bayayazi uba ubakhathalele.
Order, honorable member, your time is up. Order, honorable members. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? There being objections, I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Objection of the DA is noted. The vote on human settlement has been agreed to. I now put vote 40 sports and recreation. I think I need a suite too. Vote 39, rural development and land reform. Declarations have been requested. The Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chair. The Democratic Alliance object this budget because this does not reflect our belief of freedom, fairness, and opportunity. Chairperson, abantu bethu abasebenzi 8.9 million abasebenzi abantu bethu. I-corruption izipha amandla. Lack of freedom. Abantu bethu participate kwi-economy.
Order, honorable members, can we
Transfer
please
of ownership.
have our conversation a bit lower?
Just a point of order, Chair.
Order.
Again, sorry to the honorable member, my apologies.
Yes, honorable.
Honorable members, I think all of us are expected to behave as members of parliament. We can't have the presiding officers repeatedly requesting us to lower our voices. It's just unparliamentary, but it demeans the status of this House. I'm therefore requesting particularly members of the ANC caucus to respect this House, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Chair. Abantu bethu abakwazi.
Order, honorable members. Can we allow the member on the podium to be heard?
Okay. Lack of freedom. Abantu bethu abakwazi ukuparticipate kwi-economy because they don't have a title deed. For an example, you are claiming ukuthi it's an apartheid style. It's your apartheid style. Pennyville in Johannesburg, they don't have title deeds. Abantu bethu namhlanje basanama leasehold. Government ANC has failed and has tactics the apartheid ukuthi bangatholi ama title deed. There's no fairness. There's no fairness to our farmers. There's no fairness to our farm workers because of the conflict of the ANC. They don't support our pure people. Kunenkinga yokuthi abantu bethu anifuni ukuthi babe independent. That's why, for an example, ama CPA awasebenzi because kunomkhonyovu omningi. The budget allocated for it's not used accordingly. There are no opportunities for our people because of the failure of the ANC. We do not support this budget because the ANC failile. It's election time. They're now talking about the agriculture parks. Ama parks akhona bazopha abantu ukudla. Now we don't support this budget. I thank you.
Thank you, UDM. UDM.
Thank you, Speaker. The UDM prefers to support this budget, Honorable Minister. South Africa needs more than just this pittance. 9.6 billion is not going to take us far. The political aspirations and frustrations of this nation hinge on the success or failure of this department. The reason is all development happens on and in land. Land defines us as a nation. We need more. So, Honorable Minister, I accordingly suggest one more time that you allow your wisdom to persuade you to bring to this House Legislation that revises Section 25(7) of the Constitution, that is the 1913 clause, and go 3 centuries back, we need that land. We will support that piece of legislation. No under expenditure this year. You rose from 5 million under expenditure the other year, right to just below 60 million last year. It is just not fair when there's so much need for development and more land to be acquired. You promised to finalize some land claims in the financial year 15-16. That didn't happen to all the promises. I need not repeatedly remind you about the ones where there was a shortfall. But I want to assure you that communities wait rather impatiently now. We need those land claims to be finalized. Thank you.
Thank you, NFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The National Freedom Party supports this budget. Let me start off by saying, Honorable Chairperson, land is a very important issue in the lives of people. Table view in this city, Cape Town. For 13 years, the people of Table, the Muslim community, have been calling for a mosque. For 13 years, the city of Cape Town has been rejecting it. For 13 years. Let me go on further. The people of District 6, we all know and understand restitution was in process. We know that had to take place. The city of Cape Town continued transferring that land and selling that land, knowing very well that that land needed to be returned to the people of District 6, but they failed. They did not protect. Ask them to tell us the land that they sold, how much of money they got, who they sold it to, and what did they do with the money, and who they colluded with in order to sell that land. Let them tell you. Have they responded to the people of District 6? Not to date. They failed to do that. That is the people. Honorable Chairperson, the issue of land is sensitive, and I urge the department to accelerate the process of expropriation if need be, to ensure that our people, the poorest of the poor, get their land. It shall not remain in the hands of a few rich and elite. It must be returned to the poorest of the poor. The National Freedom Party will support this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Order. Order. Order.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. Honorable Mhlongo, angazi ukuthi labantu okhuluma ngabo ukuthi abantu benu abanama title deed ukuthi ushabo bani. Ngoba bonke laba abahleli laba nama title deed. Abantu abanganama title deed ngithi. I just want to indicate ukuthi in most cases you are talking about the promotion and the protection of the constitution. But sibuya lapha emaplazini khona la Western Cape. Lapha abantu bakithi abajutshelwa khona amanzi. Water is a basic right. It's a constitutional right. But ekugcineni nibajubela amanzi, on the other side nithi ni respect the constitution. Which one? The other thing is that we are talking of the restitution which is going slow. Nisho kahle ngoba lo mhlaba wethu na utshontsha. Na uthatha mahala. Kodwa namuhla nifuna ukuthi sibhadale izizumbulu zezimali thola loyo mhlaba loyo.
Order. Honorable member, can you take a seat? What's the point of order?
Chairperson, umkhulumo ngaphambili ukhuluma uyaphosisa sishontshanga umhlaba. Ubani otshontsha umhlaba?
Order.
Sishontshanga umhlaba uyaphosisa.
Order. Order, honorable member. Did you make that as a reference to the DA?
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi nawe uhlala le Orlando, Honorable Mhlongo, umkhulu wakho bamthathela umhlaba. Ulapho khona nje iqiniso uyalazi limsulwa. Nibhizi nithi nihamba la ezilalini manje ngoba sekuyovotwa. Nithi ninakekela abantu bakithi nihambe nikhomba izigcobho zamanzi. Kube nasi shiya le ezilalini singanagesi, singanamanzi, singanamtholampilo. Namuhla nizozenza ngazuthi khona okungcono enizosenzela kona. This department is the one that has improved the lives of the rural people. That is only the ANC. Abantu bakithi lapha emaplazini eWestern Cape bahlala lapha eplazini nibafuna khathi banamandla baphelelwe amandla baqala baguga niyabaxosha lapha emaplazini niyabahlukumeza in such a way that uma banabantwana bana 18 years they have to pay 120 for that child. Kuyini kona lokho nikubiza nithi kuyini ihlazo.
Order, honorable member, your time is up.
Say support le budget vote 39 of the department.
Order, honorable members, I now put vote 39 rural development and land reform. Are there any objections? There being objections, I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye, and those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, the DA calls for division. Thank you.
A division having been called. Order. In terms of the rules, the chair can actually ask for the bells to be rung for 15 seconds, and that's what I will ask for now. The bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honorable members. Order. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain button. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. Order, honorable members. The question before the House is that the vote on rural development and land reform be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button, and those against should press the no, and those wishing to abstain should press abstain. Have all members voted? Voting is now closed. The results of the vote are as follows: yes 211, no 56, abstain 0. The vote on rural development and land reform has been accordingly agreed to. I now put vote 40, Sports and Recreation, South Africa. Are there any objections? There being objections and declarations having been requested, I now ask the Democratic Alliance.
Thanks, Chairperson. Those of us who know Honorable Manana well, and I mean very well, know that she has a reputation for saying and doing things and lacking the courage to own them up. So that's not a surprise. But let's talk about the budget. We will start supporting this budget when it makes extensive funding for school sport. We'll start supporting this budget when the minister intervenes to force SAFA to implement equal pay between Banyana Banyana and Bafana Bafana. We will start supporting this budget when the department stops giving money to federations whose leaders squander taxpayers' money on fat cats and business class flights. We will start supporting this budget when Boxing South Africa stops sanctioning fights while boxers' purse monies haven't been paid. We will start supporting this budget when the only anti-doping center in South Africa, which has been closed, is open to conduct doping tests. As for now, we don't have any reason to support it. As for the honorable
Order, honorable members.
As for the honorable Imam, he must be the only person in the world who, unlike good wine, immatures with age. Because every time he comes to this podium, he descends into political immaturity. Thank you.
UDM.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The UDM would always support the sporting budget. We welcome the increase. Sport plays a very critical role in the emotional, physical, and social well-being of the nation. It sharpens the competitive attitude of the participants, an element much needed by our developing nation. We wish our Rio team success. Honorable Minister, you need to find a working formula to ensure the cooperation of the provinces. You have pointed out, the department has pointed out, that indeed some of the provinces are just not playing ball. And we want to urge you to find a way where they can cooperate and come to the party and make it work. We understand that yours at national is a regulatory role. Theirs is to implement. And if they don't play ball at implementation level, that could be the cause of the failure. And this has an impact on the national teams. You have dropped a bombshell on 4 codes. Our findings, since you made the announcement, are that in some of them, it is some provinces, not necessarily just the national teams, that are a drawback. And we implore you, Minister, to take that into account as you observe the progress of these 4 codes in course of time, like you promised when last we debated your budget vote. This is our appeal to you. We understand you've got the power, but you understand you've got the authority, but there's a difference between authority and power. You need to take that into account. Don't fall between the 2 cracks. Power one hand, authority on the other hand. But just play your game well. We want success for South Africa. Thank you.
The NFP. Order.
Honorable Chairperson, let me start off by making a recommendation to the Minister. I know the department is performing well, but what we are asking is greater intervention with regards to the schools, the Department of Basic Education, because what we find is, I've been addressing some of the youth in PAL, hundreds of them. They are virtually begging, when I tell you virtually begging for some assistance from this Democratic Alliance to try and provide them with sporting facilities, but they will fail to do that. They just won't do it. Because they serve the elite, they don't serve the others. That is the problem. So we are saying there should be a greater engagement with the Department of Basic Education, with the Department of Sports and Recreation. Because what ordinarily happens is those poorest of the poor that cannot afford to go to those schools that got facility, they generally get left out. But I think you have got some processes in place with that, and I'm sure that will be taken into consideration. Honourable Minister, I don't know what is happening, the latest development with regards to this fraud and corruption on that fixed tender with the price of the new stadium. Maybe we need to look into that as well, because at the end of the day, it's a taxpayer's money. But let me also add and say something very, very important here. And this message I want to give out to every Muslim member of the Western Cape and other parts of the country. You cannot vote for the DA at any cost. They oppress you here, they oppress you out of the country. And I call on all my Christian brothers and sisters to reject the DA whose beliefs and the principles are based on oppression of anybody else. Let us reject them totally in this election. And unless we do that, remember, like the member says, we're not stealing, we're taking. That is the principle.
Order,
That is the
honourable
quote
member.
of the day.
Your time is
The
up.
National Freedom Party urges the people not to support the Democratic
Order,
Alliance,
honourable member.
and we support this budget vote.
Your
Thank
time
you.
is up. Order. I put the vote again at the AC. Order. Order, honourable members. Honourable members, can we allow the speaker on the podium to be heard?
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable members, the African National Congress support the budget, vote 40, because of the following reasons. Under the ANC government, the youth continue to have more access to sporting facilities and sporting codes. More sport codes participate internationally, and we have hosted in 2 decades Rugby World Cup in 1995, Africa Cup of Nations in 1996, Cricket World Cup in 2002, and FIFA World Cup in 2010. And we will be sending a well-oiled team, South Africa, to Brazil Olympics in August. The ANC continue to lead in transformation sport in South Africa. SAFA got a clean audit from the commission dealing with transformation. And the member from the DA cannot come here and claim to be a champion on transformation. We will remain champions of transformation because you can see the benches in the ANC side, that they are totally transformed. Look at the benches on our left. They are made white. The department is well run and has received 2 clean audits consecutively. Boxing is back in our TV screens, and Boxing South Africa is being turned around. The ANC will continue to test and mitigate against drug usage in sport. In conclusion, the ANC will continue to be the champions of ordinary people in South Africa. There is no way that the DA will dislocate the ANC.
Order, honourable member, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? There being objections, I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, please note the objection of the DA. Thank you.
Objections of the DA have been noted. The vote on Sport and Recreation South Africa has been agreed to with the objections from the DA. That completes the decision on the vote. Order, honourable members. That concludes the decision on the vote. I now put the schedule as a whole. Are there any objections? There being objections, I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, the DA calls for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honourable members. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that the whole schedule of the vote be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Well, I'm sorry, let me repeat again. Those in favor of the schedule being agreed to should press the yes button, and those against should press the no button, and those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Voting is now closed. The results of the vote are as follows. The yes, 212, no, 56, and there are no abstention. The whole schedule has been agreed to. Order, honorable members, there has been discussions amongst the whippery on the business that we will have to continue with right now. I will ask the Chief Whip of the Majority Party to actually make a...
House Chair, I move that precedence be given to order number 1, second reading debate, appropriation bill, under further business on the order paper.
Are there any objections? There being...
Madam House Chair,
Yes, sir.
you say we're in agreement but in a non-precedential basis.
What does that mean?
It means that given the unique circumstances which we find ourselves in, having finished earlier, we accede to it being brought above the line. But in ordinary circumstances, we reserve our rights in this type of matter. Thank you.
The Secretary will read the first order.
Second reading debate, appropriation bill.
As there is no list of speakers, are there objections to the bill being read a second time? There being objections, I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye, and those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, the DA calls for division. Thank you.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. 15. Order, honorable members. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that the bill should be read the second time. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor will say aye. Those in favor will press the yes button. And those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain, the abstain button. Have all members voted? Voting is now closed. Order, honorable members, the results of the vote are as follows. The yes, 212, no, 57, and there are no abstentions. It is therefore agreed that the bill can be read the second time. The Secretary will read the bill for the second time.
Appropriation Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. This concludes the business for the day. The House is adjourned.